House resumes and debate continues. Yes, Honorable Scary. Honorable Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Thank
You
you.
may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me say good afternoon to all my colleagues here, both sides of the House, and of course to the Dominican public. I rise, Mr. Speaker, on this afternoon of August 1, 2024. First of all, to Congress of the content of this year's budget address. Mr. Speaker, before I share my views, I will want to place on record, as I've done otherwise, my congratulations to the students of the Penville Primary School who topped this year's national assessment exams. To congratulate them on their performance. They brought immense pride to us in the constituency and in the village. I also want to especially recognize the teacher, Mr. Frederickson Gilbert, who has been an extraordinary teacher on many fronts at the Penville Primary School. He led the sports program for so many years. And Mr. Speaker, I recall when I became the parrot for Penville a few years later, there were no male teachers at the Penville Primary School. They were all females. And I saw a lack of confidence on the part of the boys at the school. And I insisted that we needed a boy to be at the Penville Primary School. And I got some pushback because at the time the school wanted only girls at the school, or ladies rather, at the school. And I was able to insist and place Mr. Frederickson Gilbert at the Penville Primary School. And he has done a remarkable job over the years in instilling a sense of confidence, not only in the boys, but also the young ladies at the Penville Primary School. I also want to place my appreciation and commendation to the principal, Ms. Solange Basil. And I was accused, Mr. Speaker, of placing a square peg in wrong hole with her appointment. But I saw her commitment to the children as a school teacher then, and I knew that she had the capacity and the capabilities to help transform the school to what it is today, and we've seen the performance of the students. And what I like about her in terms of her attributes and her contribution to the school is that she has been able to have an oasis in Penville, really a village raising children, of the parents fully involved in the school life, the village fully involved in the school life, the children fully involved in the school life, and the teachers fully involved in the school life. And that is what a society ought to be. Everyone must play their part in the children's education. And she has been able to bring that motivation and confidence into the Penville Primary School. And my hope and prayer is that that kind of oasis which exists, that conducive environment that exists in the Penville Primary School, can be seen everywhere in Dominica, in every school in Dominica. We can do it, Mr. Speaker. We have the capacity, we have the ability to do it, and so let us all do it, Mr. Speaker. I also want to extend my gratitude as Prime Minister and Minister for the Public Service to our public officers. Oftentimes they are criticized for falling short of their duties and responsibilities, and rightly so. But we cannot underestimate or undervalue the immense contribution of public officers to the welfare and well-being of this country. And so we go to the hospitals and clinics and we meet nurses and doctors and wardens and orderlies and everybody. It's a difficult job. I grew up in the house of a nurse. I knew that we would be woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning because somebody is sick. But that somebody is sick with a headache that they've been going on for several months. And it's a toothache person has had. And so I understand. But notwithstanding the few instances of not very good treatment that we may receive at the hospital, we cannot contest the fact, Mr. Speaker, that the nurses and the doctors and the entire staff of the hospital have been doing an extraordinary job providing care and well-being for all of us in Dominic. And so while we need to encourage everybody to do better, but we must not set aside the 99 days that they're doing well for this one incident of they're not doing well. I don't think it's fair. And we speak of, and of course, the pharmacists and all of the other persons who provide these services at the hospital. The customs officers and those at Inland Revenue. The main sources of our revenue in Dominic. Yes, I would like them to collect more. And they should go out and collect more. But the customs in particular, Mr. Speaker, their responsibilities have dramatically changed. They're now having to play a huge role in paying more attention to drugs and guns coming down, when they should be paying attention to revenue and collecting the revenue for the state. A significant amount of the time is placed on securing us from a security standpoint, rather than from generating the revenues that we need to build this country. And of course, in the revenue, if we all pay our taxes, they'll have less work to do. If we pay our taxes on time, they'll have less work to do. And therefore, we have to help them to be better officers in what they do, Mr. Speaker. I speak of the policemen and the firemen. We have 5 murders in Dominic. One is too many, Mr. Speaker. But look at other countries in the Caribbean. We have lesser populations than us. We have 59 murders for the year. And the police cannot stop these things, but the speed and the efficiency at which they engage themselves in solving these crimes, we cannot underestimate it. These are difficult jobs. These men and women, they have to stay away from their families for several days. And the extraordinary performance that they've had in interdicting drugs coming in our country, ensuring the safety of our people, Mr. Speaker, we have to recognize them. Likewise, the fire officers. When they drive in on breakneck speed, it is to ensure that our family member could get to the hospital on time so that the life could be saved. While we're sleeping, they have to be working. They are called out to out fires, to protect our properties and lives. And so we have to be a more grateful society, Mr. Speaker. We have to recognize these things when people are doing well. I will reiterate, there's always room for improvement. We only stop working and stop doing well and stop learning until we're dead. And so we have to be able to work together in this regard, Mr. Speaker. And the prison officers, led by Mr. Edmund, doing an extraordinary job ensuring that we can keep those who ought to be out of society, but also the efficient and the effective management of the prisons under trying circumstances, making things work and making things happen. But these are unsung heroes and unsung public officers in terms of their contribution to our nation's well-being and welfare, Mr. Speaker. And so we have to pause and say thanks to these people. And of course, so many of the clerical and administrative staff, who work diligently. We have, for example, the stenographers who come there and who have to type every single word we say, even if they don't understand it, Mr. Speaker. The clerk of the house, the staff, who have to stay late hours when we are working there. The stenographers cannot get up because they have to stay. If we hear unbroken for 10 hours, they have to sit for 10 hours. And all of this support staff, Mr. Speaker. And we speak of this survey department, Marcus Lestrade and the surveyors, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Lloyd, extraordinary. Mr. Roy at the electrical department. You call Mr. Roy on a Sunday morning, he'll come out and assist. He'll come out and assist. But do we speak about those things, Mr. Speaker, as a nation, as a country, as a people? The permanent secretary, the financial secretary, the secretary cabinet, so much to do. So many responsibilities. And we know things have changed. So management in Dominica now, as compared to management in 1984, 95, a completely different environment these days. They know I speak to them privately if I'm not satisfied with some things. But we recognize their contribution. Many of whom who could be out of Dominica working otherwise. But they've chosen to be here in Dominica, making their contribution. And so we, we applaud all of the public officers who are making some great service contribution to our nation, Mr. Speaker. And our country is in a better situation because of them. And we must, while we speak about where they fall short in terms of the delivery of service to our citizens and residents, we must also, in the same breath, highlight when we get a good service. And if we highlight the good service that we receive, then we will certainly see an improvement in the delivery of service whenever we go to those places. And so that is what we have to do. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to extend our solidarity, as we've done numerous times. We believe that we have a historical and fundamental responsibility to always speak in promotion and in defense of the Haitian people and the Haitian civilization. Haiti is the one who led the way for our emancipation as black people. And so the entire black world, and indeed the entire world, owes Haiti a sense of gratitude. And we must never have the feeling that, oh, Haiti again, and have this tendency of wanting to give up. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am happy that we have in place the presidential transitional government in place, council in place. And there is a prime minister, and there's a president of the presidential council in place. And that we're now seeing the presence of the Kenyan forces. As we speak now, Mr. Speaker, there are about 400 of them there. And they expect the next 600 to come in the next couple of weeks. But we're seeing some signs of positive things happening where the security is concerned and where the governance issues of Haiti is concerned. And therefore, we want to ensure that the entire international and regional communities will galvanize itself around Haiti, and so that the international community can give Haiti this Marshall Plan that it needs to really address its economic and social challenges that has besetted it for so many decades, rooted in its own history, rooted in its own efforts to provide emancipation to so many people across the world. Mr. Speaker, I also want to inform the nation in respect to the matter relating to the port and union workers and the stevedore and longshoremen, an impasse that has been existing for close to 25 years, Mr. Speaker. And they came to me and they asked me to intervene. It's a long, outstanding matter. And it's a legal issue, and I told them, look, I will use my good offices to be the mediator between DASPA and the union. And I said to the union, okay, write to me and tell me what is it that you're demanding of DASPA. They wrote and they said, we are requesting between $6 and $7.5 million as settlement. I in turn looked to DASPA, I said, put in writing to me, what is it that you're offering to settle this matter out of court, or out of this process, this arbitration process. And DASPA said we can give, I believe, 1.5 million each dollars. Mr. Speaker, I want to report to the House that we've reached an agreement with DASPA and the stevedore longshoremen, where the settlement of $4 million that will bring this matter. So we're right at $4 million. I have spoken to DASPA, and DASPA will get back to me on a draft agreement to be signed with the union people and a schedule of payments for this $4 million. I believe, Mr. Speaker, this has placed the situation to rest, this matter to rest. I think it is an atonement period. It is a reconciliation period between DASPA and the workers. And my hope and prayer is that they can now continue to work in strong bonds of brotherhood and solidarity. But I want to recognize the people who I met over the years in discussing this matter. And I found the union people to have been very professional, very respectful, very mature in their engagement with me as Prime Minister. And I commend them for this. And I want to say some names. David Joseph, Frederick O'Reilly, Lenroy Dover, Glenn Dover, Michael Riley. You had also Kelvin Woodman, Leroy, well, His Excellency Leroy Wadiko or Wadix Charles, and Mr. Armour Thomas. Decent Dominicans who represented the interests of their comrades and colleagues very, very well and professionally. And today, Mr. Speaker, we've arrived at a resolution, a solution to this over 20 years of impasse between diaspora and the union. And I'm so happy for them. And I also want to recognize the representation which Curtis Murphy provided to them. Every single press conference I've had, Mr. Speaker, in the last 2 years, he's raised this matter. He's raised this matter, Mr. Speaker. He's raised this matter. So I'm happy that we have resolved this issue. But Mr. Speaker, we have to place the discussion in context with the global realities, the economy of Dominica. These are not the 1970s and 1980s, when we had a boom from bananas, where we're getting hundreds of millions of dollars from bananas. We know what happened to bananas. We know of the ruling of the WTO, led by the United States, which decimated the banana industry. And so the Minister of Finance cannot expect to get hundreds of millions of dollars from the banana industry. We know what's happening in the world, Mr. Speaker, in North America, in the UK, and every single Caribbean country where Dominicans reside. Life is difficult. And so the extent of the remittances that we were receiving would be reduced. And it's not because the families do not love their relatives here in Dominica. No, it is a reality that they are facing with their rent gone up, Mr. Speaker. The price of food and the cost of living have dramatically gone up in all of these countries. In every single country, Mr. Speaker. And so therefore, we do not expect a windfall coming from remittances, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, the budget proposals, Mr. Speaker, are centered around those realities. Those realities, Mr. Speaker. Because Dominicans who go to Miami and to New York are complaining that the prices of Costco have gone up dramatically. That the prices at Walmart, what you used to go and buy, Mr. Speaker, you cannot send a barrel now from America to Dominica. That's increased dramatically. It is better if you send 100 US for your family in Dominica than to attempt sending a barrel, because the barrel will not have much in it. The cost of these goods on the shelf have gone up in the United States of America. The price of food has gone up in the United Kingdom. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. And so we have to appreciate that the issue of the cost of living is not something that we can erase, or we can issue a decree and the prices will go down immediately. We cannot impose a cap, Mr. Speaker, on the price of shipping, the cost of shipping things to Dominica. We cannot tell a manufacturer in the United Kingdom or elsewhere how much to sell his good. The reality is the prices there are imported inflation. By the time it lands there, it's already too expensive, Mr. Speaker. And if you look at a number of the goods that we sell on the shelves, most of them do not attract VAT and import duties jointly. There are some who do not attract import duties at all. And there are some who do not attract VAT at all. But yet still, the prices are high. And so these are the harsh realities that the world is confronted with. And we're not talking, Mr. Speaker, of rumors of war. There are wars going on in Dominica, and people believe that these wars are not impacting Dominica. They are all impacting Dominica, Mr. Speaker. They're all impacting Dominica. And with the recent assassination of the Hamas leader, then we're going to have more problems. Mr. Speaker, from the time I saw the news, I got concerned because I know that we're going to extend this war in the Middle East. And an extension of the war is going to create more problems for us. And so while these wars are far from us, we know we're close to Russia and Ukraine. We know we're close to the Middle East, Mr. Speaker. But these things are affecting us here in Dominica. They're affecting us in Dominica, and they're affecting us dramatically, Mr. Speaker. And so we have to appreciate that when people comparing America to Dominica, America has over 300 million people. They have consumption. We have not increased the population in Dominica. We have not imposed taxes on Dominicans in a long time. Over 20 years, we have not imposed taxes on Dominica. As a matter of fact, every single year we come to Parliament, we're removing taxes, Mr. Speaker. Last year, for example, when the price of electricity, cost of electricity went up, we are losing by way of revenue over $4 million, Mr. Speaker, by that measure. Because we want to give some kind of reprieve, some kind of relief to the Dominican population. But we are taking it from our revenue. The same revenue we also use to fix the roads and to do other things. We're losing that. But we did it because we want to help the Dominican people, Mr. Speaker. And so we really have to get real in this country by our pronouncements. Speaking as if, none of these things affect Dominica. And look at Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Look at what we have gone through over the last 20 years. The natural disasters, 2004, 2007, 2009, 2010, 2013, 2015, 2017, COVID for 3 years, Russia-Ukraine war, Middle East war, Mr. Speaker. And don't talk about the oil crisis, don't talk about the international financial crisis. And notwithstanding all of this, we never impose taxes into that. The Minister of Finance said, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, told us in the budget address that for COVID alone, to save lives, Mr. Speaker, and livelihoods, we had to borrow over $330 million. Because our revenue dropped by more than 45%. And the cost of running the country increased by more than 60%. Because we were paying people who were not producing, because we had to keep people home. And we also paid the salaries of hundreds of people in the private sector to maintain the dignity of the human being. And at no time in all of these years that we were confronting COVID, Mr. Speaker, we went out of any pharmaceuticals. We became net exporters of pharmaceuticals to other countries. From PPEs, to Mr. Speaker, to ventilators where you couldn't get any ventilators whatsoever. And in those days, Mr. Speaker, we were paying for a PCR test, you call it, right? $100 per test, Mr. Speaker. And we'll give it to you, the citizens and residents of Dominica, at no cost to you. A rapid test was $20 per test. And when you buy 20,000 rapid tests, do the maths, Mr. Speaker, in one consignment. And then we provided housing for everybody who had COVID in Dominica. And then we provided meals, free meals, and people wanted coffee and snacks in between, Mr. Speaker. And we provided that to them. Transportation. And we had a comprehensive hospital set up. in Portsmouth. All of that, Mr. Speaker, we did because this Labour Party government said to the country that our preoccupation during COVID was to save lives, Mr. Speaker. And any one of us in this country, Mr. Speaker, can appreciate what this government could have done with $330 million. What we could have done with $330 million. So when we're saying this is not there and that is not there, Mr. Speaker, this is where the money was spent. This is where the money was spent, Mr. Speaker. That's what it is. And so between Erica, Maria, and COVID, we borrowed $673 million. $673 million, Mr. Speaker, we borrowed. Sometimes I want to cry, honestly. This is why I'm upset with the international community, Mr. Speaker. Because I know what we could do with $670 million, Mr. Speaker. And in all of this, we have not sent one person home. Not one person home, Mr. Speaker. And in all of this, we have never increased taxes in Darwin. Never increased taxes to raise the money. Every time you do a budget, Mr. Speaker, including this year, there's always a justification for taxes. But we always recognize in the government, in the Labour Party, that how much more can Dominicans take? We're always trying to hold this train for them to ensure that every single Dominican can be given the opportunity to survive in this country. That's what we're doing. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? During COVID, after Erica, after Maria, we never asked for debt forgiveness. We never asked for debt cancellation. Because I want to go out this business in a principled manner. Not because we're done, we're going to beg people for all kinds of things. No. We paid all our debt. All our debt during those times, Mr. Speaker. The only time we got some deferment was from the Paris Club. We didn't ask it to them, they offered it to us as part of a broader global offering, Mr. Speaker. We paid our debt. We paid our commitments. So when we owe in a few dollars here and some dollars here and some people here, Mr. Speaker, this is the source of it. And when we were getting up, because the Minister of Finance indicated that there has been an increase in revenue collection. So we did better by revenue collection in the last financial year than the previous one, by about 4% or thereabout. But with the Russia-Ukraine war, and when we talk about the cost of living, if it is costing you more to run your home with 3 people in it, think of the government that has 72,000 people in a home. The government is the largest consumer of goods and services, and the government pays back like everybody else, Mr. Speaker. And so we cannot tell the hospital no food today. No. We can't tell the Coast Guard no diesel today. No. We can't tell the ambulance no, we can't fill the tank today. No, we have to do it. And so the cost of running the country has increased because of those external shocks and those natural disasters, Mr. Speaker. But we're moving on. We're moving on, Mr. Speaker. And in education, people like to talk about the government behind on some fees for some universities. That's okay. And they say, well, the ULP wasn't owing. Well, of course the ULP wasn't owing. If you send nobody, how can you owe? You could not be behind because you send nobody to school. The United Workers' Party did not help educate people in Dominica, neither did it educate people overseas. Children were not going to school in Dominica. Couldn't pay their bus fares. Couldn't access school. College was for a few of us, Mr. Speaker. 75 When the United Party was in government, Mr. Speaker, 7 out of 100 students who graduated from high school went to the college. Which means that 93, sorry, Mr. Speaker, out of 100 students did not make it to college. The Workers' Party never dreamt or thought of this Dominica State College, creating a college like this. And today, Mr. Speaker, with the creation of the Dominica State College in 2002, every single child who meets the entry requirement has a space at college. And we did not only establish the college, Mr. Speaker, we are underwriting the full cost of sending children to school. So whether it's just Maria, whether it's Erica, whether it's COVID, Mr. Speaker, or the impact of the Russia-Ukraine war and the war in the Middle East on Dominica's economy, we have not given up on the Dominica State College students, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the staff. I went up there, Mr. Speaker, we're renovating the school, we're repairing the schools, we're going to continue the comprehensive repair of the schools. So I want to thank the leadership and the management of the school. Yes, I have some concerns, and I told them I'll come to see them privately to discuss those concerns I have on behalf of the students of Dominica. But overall, Mr. Speaker, we cannot say the Dominica State College is not contributing to our country in a constructive and positive manner. And so, we were owing Midwestern. We paid them everything we owed them. Everything we owed them, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, we're owing Grambling 1.1 million US dollars, and we're owing Monroe $800,000. I am saying to all of the students who are under this list that in this financial year, we will pay for every single cent we owe in those universities. Every one of them. And notwithstanding our challenges, Mr. Speaker, we have not turned a child back from going to university. The Workers' Party could never cause children to think big and to dream big. It is labor through its policy of ensuring that there's at least one university graduate in every home, that our young people, irrespective of their economic and social circumstance, can dream big and achieving big things for themselves and their families. And so they focus on we owing. But how many have we paid for? And I'm challenging Dominicans. Every one of us who is hearing me, Mr. Speaker, who has a degree today, tell me, when did you get it? When did you earn that degree? I guarantee you that 9.9 out of 10 of you will say during this Labour Party administration. Since 2000, because of our policies and our programs and putting resources, Mr. Speaker, at the disposal of these things. And I'm not even going to talk about secondary education, we know that. I'm not going to talk about primary education, we know that. I'm not going to talk about the whole new structure for secondary schools. Dramatically increase the cost of ministerial education through these new positions. Teachers are happy. Teachers are dancing in the classroom. They're now deputy principal, assistant principal. I used to be head of department at PSM, and they never give me $1 for it. Now it is an official position, Mr. Speaker. Official position. Well, Vince told me he wanted his money back because he was head of department sometime. Vice principal and so on. Name, but no money. But no, people getting paid for it. They have a letter from the Public Service Commission, Mr. Speaker. And our hope and prayer is that it can translate into greater results for children, more wholesome children, more holistic children who can contribute better to society, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're talking about. So when you talk about education, Mr. Speaker, this is the education party in Dominica, the Dominica Labour Party, Mr. Speaker. And so let us be grateful. My theme for my presentation is giving thanks. we must give thanks, Mr. Speaker. We must not look at the glass half empty, but look at it as half full. What is going to be our contribution to get it to be full and to be running over? Talk is cheap. Criticism is okay. It's easy to criticize. But are you committed to the hard work? Are you committed to the hard work, Mr. Speaker? And so we remain steadfast to our students, to our young people, Mr. Speaker. And so we look forward to playing our part. And Mr. Speaker, when you talk about young people, you know, this guy came to me from Roseau. I think his last name is Augustine, but I can't remember his first name. Denzel. He came to me with an idea to have this event in Dominica, this regional event in Dominica. They had an idea, but they don't have money, Mr. Speaker. They wanted government support to use the Canefield Airport and to support them. And I supported them. Because I felt that the idea could be turned into something positive and constructive, especially where we have the issue of bike safety in Dominica. And to use this as a medium to encourage bike safety in Dominica. And I want to commend and congratulate Mr. Augustine, and there's another gentleman, Mr. Garraway, who came to me, and we were able to successfully have this event, the bike tournament here in Dominica. And I'm saying to all of us in Dominica, anybody in Dominica, irrespective of who you are, irrespective of your religious, your racial, or your political affiliation, if you have a good idea and you bring it to us, we will partner with you. And I want to say to Mr. Gary and to Mr. Augustine that this will be an annual event supported by the government. And I'm saying to them further, Mr. Speaker, that it is the intention of the government that once the international airport is open, that the Douglas Church Airport will be used as a permanent place for drag racing and bike racing in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. And so herein lies an economic opportunity to manage that facility. And you can turn the fire service into a guest house and a restaurant, and you can have an opportunity there to create jobs and money for some aspiring business person in Dominica. And so, Mr. Speaker, the question is, how does government raise money? Government raises money by taxes, by loans, by levies, and in some cases, by grants, meaning a gift from a friendly government or institution or organization. And of course, in Dominica's case, we have the citizenship by investment program. And this program, Mr. Speaker, has helped to shield the Dominican population from taxes. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, if we had to borrow to underwrite the housing revolution in Dominica? Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, if we had to borrow to build all of these health centers, including the Marigot Hospital, Mr. Speaker? Can you imagine if we had to borrow to build all of these roads that we built in Dominica? Could we afford this, Mr. Speaker, by way of loans and levies and taxes? The answer is no. And so we have been able to use the resources in a judicious and responsible manner, creating economic opportunities and social investments, Mr. Speaker, development to Dominica. And this is why I was hoping, Mr. Speaker, that the opposition could have spoken in defense of this program. And we have to condemn those who are bent on denying the Dominican people an opportunity to continue to survive in this very difficult and harsh global environment by seeking to undermine the program with a view to hoping that it could disappear and therefore the people would have challenges. We have to stand. Yes, we can question the program and whatever, but should we try to destroy it? It's not right, Mr. Speaker. And so, I said the Minister of Finance could have come here and justify raising taxes, but we said no. We decided no. Because if you were to close the gap, Mr. Speaker, you have to find it somewhere. You have to find it somewhere. And so we decided not to go with this. And so when people come and make suggestions, Mr. Speaker, about what the government needs to do, and so, look, I'm not interested in generalities, Mr. Speaker. Come with specifics. If you come with specifics, Mr. Augustine and Mr. Gary came with a specific project to me, a specific activity to me, and I went with it. There's a guy who is making pavers. He come to me with a proposal to do pavers. Great. And they just had, for example, the Economic Forum. Were you here, member of Salisbury, at Jungle Bay? You were there? At the Economic Forum, you were there. I agree with you. I agree with you. You should not go into that. I agree with you. You're not too bad, you know. But anyway, but the point is, Mr. Speaker, they just had this conference, this economic revitalization conference. Has anyone heard of any sensible recommendation that came out of that? Where's the document? Where's the outcome document that speaks to specific things? What is it that the government is doing that you will not do? And what is it the government is not doing that you will do? And how do you go about financing that which you propose to put in Dominica? These are the questions, Mr. Speaker. Outside of that, we're just talking. Outside of that, we're not serious, Mr. Speaker. Simple as that. If you cannot come with specifics as to how you believe we can increase exports in Dominica, then don't talk. And if you come in how to increase exports without talking about the cost of raw materials and the cost of labor, what are we talking about? So they want to criticize the Labour Party, but they're not coming with any specific suggestions. They have no clear alternative to us. What are you going to do? We build an international airport 2,850 meters long. What are you going to say? Build one for 20,000 meters long? Where? That we do the geothermal, you say, okay, well, no, I will do, no 10, I'll do a 40 geothermal plant. Where? How? With what? That we build a Casabus road there, you say you build it smaller, narrower? What? That you have left the Bailey bridges instead of building permanent bridges? What is it that you're talking about? The people don't make us smart people, you know, Mr. Speaker. They're smart. And they know when people trying to fool them. And they know when somebody is doing things constructively as this Labour Party government is doing, Mr. Speaker. And so, they talk about health. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'll be the first to tell you that there are shortcomings. Everything not working perfectly. You move from a small hospital to a massive hospital, there'll be teething issues. You have what, about 5 or 7 theaters. We had half a theater back in Crystal Margaret Hospital. You had 2 dialysis machines. You have 16, Mr. Speaker. You'll have teething issues. You move from a small space for accident emergency. Now you have a massive accident emergency department, Mr. Speaker. You'll have issues. You may have sometimes you have a nursing shortage on particular staffing, and that nurse was working the sessions before. She working a double shift. She have a little challenge. She's not well. She might be anxious because so many people coming to her, and all the way want the service at one time. She may say something to you that she would not ordinarily say. You're using that as a basis. There may be 1 or 2 incidents that should not have happened, like in any hospital, Mr. Speaker. We accept those. And we're seeking to do better. And we will do better, Mr. Speaker. We will do better. Because we take the criticism seriously, Mr. Speaker. Trust me on that. I do not dismiss any criticism of the government, especially where healthcare and delivery of services is concerned, Mr. Speaker. Rest assured, my dear Dominican people. Rest assured. But we cannot deny the fact, Mr. Speaker, that healthcare today and healthcare under the Workers' Party is chalk and cheese. The Workers' Party never articulated a vision for the Prince Margaret Hospital. Never. Never. We came into government, Mr. Speaker, and articulated a comprehensive plan for healthcare in Dominic. With infrastructure, with increased services, we have state-of-the-art equipment you will find in the developed world, Mr. Speaker, at the hospital. And that's why I'm challenging the CEO, that she needs to come to the public and speak more about what's happening at the hospital. Tell the nation the good things happen, because I met with the consultants, Mr. Speaker. I met with all of the consultants at the hospital along with the Minister for Health. And the stories, the reports that were given to me, I said to them, why aren't you sending it to the Dominicans? Wonderful things happening at the hospital, Mr. Speaker. But you don't hear those things. And so we have made tremendous progress at this hospital. The Dominican China Friendship Hospital has cutting edge. You heard, for example, of the former member for Rosa North saying that he came from blindness to sight, to seeing. A surgery performed at the hospital in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Even the opponents of government sometimes cannot hold it back. That the Spirit of the Lord forces them to say the truth, Mr. Speaker. The Spirit moves them to say the truth. You see how all powerful and mighty the Lord is? That's what's happening. And so we are committed to ensuring that healthcare is accessible. And I'll give you an example of how much we are subsidizing healthcare in Dominic. You know this Ventolin that the asthmatics use, the puff? We sell it at the hospital for $5 EC. In the private sector, just outside the hospital, so by the gate, it is $29.95 for one. It is not that we bought it $5, you know. We are subsidizing it, Mr. Speaker. And I can give you a whole list of things that we're subsidizing when you compare it to the price of the private sector. And do the maths. Between 2001, 2002, and 2004, we owed $7.7 million by persons who got services from the hospital. 7.7. And I'm not even going to talk about the years before that. We're talking about 29 million. But we are committed. This is why in the budget address, the Minister of Finance articulated a bold initiative that is a new nursing structure for Dominic. And Mr. Speaker, we have more medical consultants, specialists in Dominica than any other time in the history of Dominic. On permanent staff, providing care to this. I would really hope, I beseech them, Mr. Speaker, the medical consultants and the doctors, to speak to the nation. Yes. Tell them what you're doing. Tell them the great things you're doing, the wonderful things that you're doing, how you have saved children's lives, how you have saved so many senior citizens' lives, how you've taken a broken, splintered leg and formed it back, and the man is walking today and even back on the bike, riding the same bike with Mashima. They'll speak to that so that we can have a sense of gratitude, a positive spirit within our country, Mr. Speaker, if we only say the good things that are happening in this Commonwealth of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. And then we speak about hotel and tourism. People forget Don't forget, Mr. Speaker, when sunset come, no plane can land in Dominica. Before we came into government, I see Member Marigot smiling. He said, "Well, one thing was scary. You are the facts, boy. You are forgetting the facts." And we suffered indignity. I was exposed to it, Mr. Speaker, that you sit in a plane in Antigua, and then the flight attendant is late, or there's a mechanical problem on the plane, and then the flight attendant says, the pilot says, "Well, those for Dominica, we have to disembark because by the time we get to Dominica, it's too late. It's too dark." And don't talk about Christmas time when it gets dark early. You're in trouble. 2 o'clock, you're not in trouble. You're in trouble. And so people believe that we always had night landing in Dominica. We never always had night landing in Dominica. It is this Dominica Labour Party that brought night landing in Dominica. The first time a plane lands at night in Dominica is by this Dominica Labour Party. And there was no plan on the part of the Workers' Party to do anything at the airport. None. None. Mr. Speaker, the toilet that they had at the airport back in the days had no seat cover. And the men had to stand up on either edges of the toilet bowl and to use it, Mr. Speaker. That's what they should do. But today, Mr. Speaker, we have... Vince, you say you remember that? Yes. Mr. Speaker, we brought night landing in Dominica, and they said that no plane going to land in Dominica, but plane landing at midnight, at 11 p.m., at 3 a.m., at 1 a.m., at 8 p.m., at 7 p.m. in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. That's what's happening. And not only do we have night landing, Mr. Speaker, we have direct flights from America. And so, in real sense, Mr. Speaker, where aviation is concerned, connectivity is concerned, the sky is the limit for us. And we've always said that the introduction of night landing in Dominica is a medium to short term, a short to medium term solution. That the ultimate long-term goal of Dominica is to build an international airport. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? We were saving to build the airport. We were saving $5 million US every month. This is why I tell people saving is important, as small as it is. And in a short space of time, we had over $260 million in this account. Unfortunately, Maria came. And I waited last minute to use that money. I could not have left the money in the account. And the Dominicans' lives and livelihoods have been affected. And so we spend this money to help families and to help businesses overcome the dramatic loss that they suffered as a result of Hurricane Maria. Had it not been for Maria, Mr. Speaker, we would have had all the money that we needed to build the airport in cash, Mr. Speaker. In cash. And then, you know what they want to tell people? That the Labour Party could never build the airport. No, they go in there at night to watch the airport, Mr. Speaker. And by the grace of God, Mr. Speaker, we will have our international airport in Dominica. And this is what's going to help transform the economy of Dominica. That is what's going to propel investments in Dominica, both local and foreign, Mr. Speaker. And I'm warning Dominicans. Let us not sleep on us. Let us look for the opportunities. And let us place ourselves now, because I am telling you, I meet foreign people every single day. And they are scouting for opportunity. They're scouting for land in Dominica to invest, to prepare themselves for what's going to happen in Dominica when we have this international airport. And so let us prepare ourselves, Mr. Speaker. Let us not follow the people who are not interested in Dominica, who not want to see anything happen in Dominica, and position ourselves as young people. Let's go to the bank. The bank has money. Let's take the bank money and invest, Mr. Speaker. Let us prepare ourselves because it is going to happen. It is going to happen, Mr. Speaker. Let us position ourselves. And so we'll continue to invest in tourism. This is why we supported hotel construction. And you know, they will tell us, Mr. Speaker, why are we building so many hotels for? And you know what? The World Bank did a study, Mr. Speaker, an independent study. And they were doing an assessment of the hotels that are under construction, under the CBI program in particular. And they said to us that when these hotels are fully functional, they will be able to bring, these hotels under construction, they'll be able to bring to us revenues in excess of $40 million annually. Direct tax revenue, Mr. Speaker. And so you can imagine when we have this airport, the number of investment. Look at St. Vincent. Sandals would not go to anywhere there's no international airport. And Sandals took a hotel that was closed in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and transformed it into a major resort, a 300-room resort, Mr. Speaker, in St. Vincent, all because of the international airport. And we can speak to the farmers of Dominica, those involved in floriculture, Mr. Speaker, getting the flowers into London in 8 hours, the fishermen, the small business people. Let's understand that this airport is for you. Whether you're in Scottsdale as a fisherman, or in Capuchin as a farmer, or in the Carnival Territory as an agro-processor, or as a hotel owner in Salisbury, Mr. Speaker, you are going to benefit from this international airport. And we must not change course, Mr. Speaker, as a nation. Not because we may have some temporary challenges fiscally, that we should abandon the future of this country, Mr. Speaker. That we should abandon the opportunities for the succeeding and existing generations of our country. I am not building an airport for me, Mr. Speaker. I'm building an airport for my children and the children, the ages. They're the ones who are going to benefit from this, Mr. Speaker. And we're not burdening them with any tax, any loans. They have to repay, they'll be reaping the benefits, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we should not wait. We cannot defer this. Anybody who's suggesting that we defer this is not interested in Dominica or have other interests. We have an opportunity by the grace of God, Mr. Speaker. God has given us an opportunity, notwithstanding the challenges, that we're punching hard and we're punching high, ensuring that we can do what we have to do for the people of Dominica. That's what it is. Forget about who is doing it. This is not about me. Please. This is about the people of Dominica, the future well-being of Dominica, the opportunities for Dominicans. So many thousands of young people that were sent to school. So many thousands of Dominicans who engaged in some agro-processing and small businesses, looking for opportunities, looking for larger markets. And the only way, one of the ways, Mr. Speaker, the main way they can get their products out to larger markets in shorter period of time is with an international airport. Because we need consumption in Dominica. The 72,000 of us here are not enough to consume what we can produce. And therefore, we're going to quadruple the population of Dominica insofar as visitors to our country, to consume the goods and services that we have, so we can have more wealth for people, more monies in people's bank accounts, so we can build homes and do further investments, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're talking about. And we're talking about the marina, Mr. Speaker. And if you want to know, Mr. Speaker, the impact of a marina on a nation, go to the BVI. Go to the BVI. I was there the other day, Mr. Speaker, and I stayed in one of the marinas there, the hotel there, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, throughout the day and night, people. Employees. Money. And I saw this and I said, that is going to be Portsmouth one day. That is going to be Portsmouth one day, Mr. Speaker. That is going to be Dominica one day, Mr. Speaker. And thank God the marina has started, Mr. Speaker. And in 12 to 15 months, we will have the marina in Dominica creating employment, jobs for people, Mr. Speaker. Jobs. Giving thanks, Mr. Speaker. Jobs. Money in your pocket, Mr. Speaker. Food on your table. That's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. So let's position ourselves, because when the man come on the yacht, he's not sleeping on the yacht, Mr. Speaker. No. He wants to buy a villa. He's going to eat in a restaurant every single time. He wants water. He wants electricity. He wants his clothes washed. He wants fruits. He wants vegetables. He wants fish. Fresh fish, Mr. Speaker. And he's going to buy it where? In Dominica, Mr. Speaker. In Dominica. That's where he's going to buy it, Mr. Speaker. So let us understand, we have to position ourselves for this mega project in Dominica. And we speak about the cruise village, Mr. Speaker. We are partnering with a private entity that's going to build, operate, and transfer the port to us at no cost to us. There'll be no investment, no money put in by us, Mr. Speaker. And that entire cruise village will be a completely duty-free zone, with shops and restaurants and gaming taking place there to create more jobs and more opportunities for our people in Dominica. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. And my hope and prayer, especially for the young people, because sometimes I don't think they understand and they're focused on the opportunities that exist and how they can position themselves. When we send you to school, it's for you to use your newfound education, knowledge, and skills, having been empowered to be able to see opportunities and use that skill and knowledge to take advantage of the opportunities. Let us not be afraid of risk. Let us not be afraid of taking chances and opportunities, because time waits for no man. And the more we defer our opportunities to invest and to take advantage of the opportunities, the less time we have left to do. And so this government, notwithstanding the present challenges, and we're not unmindful of them, yes, we do owe some people. We do fall short some months in terms of what we need to cover our expenses. But that should not be a reason. And we will fix those. We will pay the people we owe. I give you the assurance. We will pay them. But this is an opportunity that we have. And I'm not sure whether we'll have this opportunity another time in our history to invest in those projects and in those programs. And so now is the time for us to do this. And God has placed us there, we're the ones doing it. Because we have been able to exemplify the vision, put the hard work and the commitment to it. And that notwithstanding the challenge that we face with all of these natural disasters and external shocks, that never daunted our spirit. And if we have been able to recover from Maria, from Erica, from COVID, which little problem we have till we can overcome? Give me a break. Give me a break. We have to be more efficient in the government. And in the country, we have to be more productive in the country. Today, these days, Mr. Speaker, night falls at 8 o'clock. Why are we going to work? Why are we going home at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Why? When 4 o'clock comes, we should do a second shift. Let's push the project. Let's push the work. This is why, Mr. Speaker, we're going to move in this new legislation and telling public officers, this thing about if a public officer wants to work somewhere else, a second job, he has to get the approval of whoever it is. We're going to take it out. A public officer, a police officer wants to work somewhere, he wants to have his own business, he wants to have a job at night or somewhere in the weekend, he can do so, Mr. Speaker. And we will come to the Parliament. We will come to the Parliament with new legislation, because we have to fill the jobs that we have now, because the private sector is saying to me, The private sector is saying to me, I'm saying to them, but why all you come and tell me that privately? Say so publicly. They're saying to me that they can't find workers, Mr. Speaker. I said, don't whisper it to me. Say so publicly. I know that. I know it already. So tell the rest of the country. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, we have joined forces with them to look at those issues in the country. Look at the issue of the minimum wage, with a view to increasing the minimum wage in Dominica. Look at the corporate income tax, with a view to reviewing it, to ensure that the private sector can have more money left to them, and they can expand their investments and create more jobs in the making, Mr. Speaker. Being progressive. And we even will be exploring the possibility of having one rate of income tax in Dominica, so that we can have more money in our pockets from our labor. That's the way the government is moving. So while we grow the economy and put the jobs in the infrastructure, the investments to create more revenues for us, as we go along, we're leaving more money in your pocket by way of your labor. Because the reality is, I find that 25% of corporate income tax high. And I find that the income tax rates in many of the categories a little bit too high. Even when they talk about the increase they gave me, they took all of it back in taxes. It just I see my lower salary and so on. Nothing at all. I see what happened to that now, boy. You know? And so, Mr. Speaker, we have to. And then housing. Housing. Mr. Speaker, I'm not a boastful person. So whenever I say something, I say to get a sense of humility. There is nowhere in the Caribbean you will find this comprehensive, modern housing program that the government commits. Nowhere. This government has invested in housing in Dominica. Invested in housing in Dominica. Providing housing to every strata of the society. Those who we did not build for, we made loans available to you at concessionary rates, at either the aid bank or the government housing loan board. And the reason why the banks and credit unions have brought down the interest rates from the 10 and 11% they had back in the days is because we introduced lower interest rates at the aid bank and the government housing loan board, and they had to bring it down, Mr. Speaker. And we shall continue with our housing revolution. We shall continue with providing housing for the people. So the people who are still waiting for promises, I am telling you today, we coming to you soon, Mr. Speaker. And those who have their homes incomplete, and those who have their little roofs to be fixed, I am telling you, I have a little money for that. So we're getting there. We know who you are. We know the circumstances, Mr. Speaker. Things were a little difficult, so we're getting out of that a little bit, so we're coming to you. So we don't forget you, no. And so, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the challenges we are facing, see how many homes that we've handed over to people in the last financial year. And in this financial year, how many we've given? 253? 253 keys. Brand new homes will be handed over to people in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. 253 families in this financial year, the first half of this financial year, will get keys from the government, a brand new house in Dominica. And you know, what they're using now, or attempting to use, and I heard it from the senator, about titles. Let me say to every Dominican who has gotten a house from the government, there is no government, this one, whichever one to follow, will have the legal authority to take you out from the house that you have. And I'm in discussions with the Attorney General. And our intention is to bring a special piece of legislation to Parliament to deal specifically with the transfer of these properties to the persons who have received keys from government, homes from government, Mr. Speaker. And to ensure that the process can be more efficient, because we understand, we know, we buy land, and we know the process we have to go through, just 5,000 square feet of land. You have to survey it, every single one of the properties have to be surveyed. And in some cases, because you have the strata situation, which is you have apartments, you have to go for the strata title situation. It's a very tedious exercise and very costly exercise because you have to pay legal fees for those to the lawyers. So while government will absorb the fees, government fees, you have to pay lawyer fees. And so we're going to engage more private sector surveyors to survey those properties and to allow ourselves. And AG will be assigning some law officers there, legal state attorneys, specifically for this, to work with some private sector lawyers to get this going. So, you know, the Europe told them, we will never build a house for them. We go, we build the house, you get to them, now they're telling them, oh, yes, you have a house, but you can get title. So these are people who are not interested in you. They're not interested in you. Because if all they're focusing on is what they believe to be a negative, anybody who's focusing on negatives where you're concerned cannot like you, cannot love you. A man's supposed to be helping you build yourself, encouraging you to be positive. No. And if they see you need a little coat of paint, they will offer you a gallon of paint. So you will get those titles, Mr. Speaker. You will get those titles.
20 more minutes, 20 more minutes.
You know what, maybe when I get to end of my 20 minutes, we'll get some more time. Social programs, Mr. Speaker. The minister very clearly indicated in the budget address that all our social safety net programs have been maintained. All. And sometimes, because we don't mention them in the budget address, people don't understand that is one of the most costly parts of the estimates. The NEP, for example, Mr. Speaker, which is not necessarily a social safety net program, is costing us over $5 million monthly. The 65 and over grants, that will remain. The Yes We Care is in place. The school bus program where we transport children from every single constituency in Dominica to the secondary school. All the children from Marigot are transported by the government and paid for. All the children from Salisbury are transported to the school and paid for. All the children in Castle Brewston, all the children in Penville, and in Capuchin, Mr. Speaker, are paid for. We never stopped it, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding Erica or Maria or COVID or the Russia-Ukraine war and the war in the Middle East that's affecting us, our fiscal space. No. We know how important these things are. The free textbooks, uniforms, bags. Give thanks, Mr. Speaker. The school transfer grant, and you know how this grant, the school transfer grant came about, Mr. Speaker? I was a student, I was a school teacher, and I was teaching and come to school at PSS for the first day of the year, of the school year, first formers, and they were hiding. You know why they were hiding, Mr. Speaker? Because they got their hand-me-down clothes. And because their brother was bigger than them, they had a big shirt and a big pant. And they were hiding. And you know what I came about the program? I said, look, when every single child in Dominica goes to school, secondary school, for the first day of the year, you must not know who has money and who doesn't have money, Mr. Speaker. And so we want to ensure that every single child has a new shoe, a new belt, a new pant, a new shirt, a new crest, or a new tie, or a new blouse, or skirt, and so on. And socks. Every child brand new. A sense of pride, a sense of dignity, and a sense of hope. That's what we're doing. Every program we have, there is a motivation behind it. There's a story behind it, Mr. Speaker. Because we are empathetic, Mr. Speaker. When I went to La Plaine many years ago, 2008, and I spent the night in La Plaine, Mr. Speaker, with Peter Sejan, and we walked in the morning, it was raining. Minutes to 7 in the morning, and I stumbled upon a family living close to the church in La Plaine. And the old man there bending, trying to light some wet wood to make a coffee. And I asked Peter Sejan, are we helping this family? He says, yes, PM, we're giving them this public assistance. I said, then clearly it's not helping them. And I went inside the house and I saw Granny sitting on the bed. Clearly, her hair wasn't combed. She was from Sinico originally, a Kalinago. The sheets were not washed for many months. And I said, well, something must happen. We must do something different for the senior citizens. And this is how we came up with the program. And I decided to name the program, Yes, We Care. So that when we go there, we say, yes, we care. And I recall, Mr. Speaker, I need to start writing some books. I recall, Mr. Speaker, that I was chastised. Attempts at humiliating me in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Belittled in Parliament by the Opposition Workers' Party. Criticizing the Yes We Care program and saying, oh, you don't have money for it. And I went to Libya and I met Mama Gaddafi, Mr. Speaker, the brother leader. And I put forward that program to him. And he promised to finance it. He gave me the first year for the program, Mr. Speaker, to underwrite the program. With the hope of extending. Unfortunately, he went to the great beyond a few years later. He was killed. And Mr. Speaker, I said, by the grace of God, we will sustain this program, Mr. Speaker. And by the grace of God, we have sustained this program from 2009 to 2024 in the year of our Lord, Mr. Speaker. And I can say to the senior citizens who are receiving the care, and I will say to the caregivers, if we have to sell the ministry building to sustain that program, I will sell the building and rent it. We will. Because it's a program that touches the core of our society, Mr. Speaker. The senior citizens who have contributed, and who on God's earth could criticize such a program, Mr. Speaker? And let these senior citizens feel less of a human being by criticizing the fact that they're benefiting from a program that the Lord has instructed the servant on earth to put in place for the people. And Mr. Speaker, you understand why I'm still standing. Because when all of the senior citizens pray for me, good job blessed, the woman can close, Mr. Speaker. But I didn't do it for that. We do it because we're empathetic. What we do as in this government, we're not looking for any return. That's why I tell people, if I give you a house, you don't vote for me. It's okay. It's okay. If I send you to school and I spend $250,000 to send you to university and you come back and you want to vote me out, fine with me. It's okay. We are doing it because we care about Dominica. We have sacrificed ourselves for the development of Dominica, and we have done everything possible to bring progress and prosperity to every single citizen of Dominica. That's why we do it. That's why I'm never scared of the future, Mr. Speaker, because I always know that my faith is in the hand of God. That's it. So we're doing it because I don't believe only that we have a political duty to do these things. We have a biblical and Christian duty to do it. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, even when there are people around us and around me and the government who are saying, "Scared boy, stop his housing thing, stop this, cut the NAP, do this," I said, no, we must never abandon the people when we're going through challenges. When we are going through challenges as a nation, that is when we must hold strong to the people who need it the most, the vulnerable in our society, Mr. Speaker. And so, yes, I get advice to cut this and cut that from all different spheres of society. But when I make a decision, I must go to bed able to sleep. And I will not sleep at all if we go after the less fortunate among the country. No. We have to hold strong to them. And so the social programs introduced by the government over the last 24 years are all continuing. And, when people talk about the NEP, for example, and I go to a village, and I walk into a house, and there are 4 people in this house, and they're under the NEP. $4,000 in a home. Yes. And that home was a home designated as a poor home. By that action of the government introducing the NEP, this home is no longer poor. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? On top of the NEP, they have a brand new house. They have access to water, to light, to telephone, to internet, to shelter, Mr. Speaker. All of the SDGs we're talking about. And so people talk about SDGs as if it is an academic exercise. We in Dominica are implementing the SDGs. We didn't have to take the United Nations to tell us that. This is the fabric of the Labour Party, the foundation of our Labour Party, the founding principles of the Labour Party. We don't want to study books or go to conferences to tell us that. No. When we go to conferences, we are telling them what we are doing in Dominica. And they're asking us, how do you do that in Dominica? And we tell them, and we share it. That is why you're seeing, Mr. Speaker, in many manifestos in the Caribbean, a central thing, the main thing, they even have it in bold letters. Eradication of pit latrines. That's a major project in many countries, Mr. Speaker. And I recall when I introduced the eradication of pit latrines, we were scoffed at. We were laughed at. And then just a few months later, guess who I hear saying that they are launching an eradication of these pit latrines? The United Nations, Mr. Speaker. After us. And you know, when people talk about poverty, Mr. Speaker, when we came into government, 42% of the population was poor in 2000. And 10% was indigent, which means extreme poverty. 42 plus 10 is 52, which means, Mr. Speaker, 52% of the population of Dominica was poor. No jobs, no flushing toilets, no education, no housing, no food on your table, no access to potable water, no access to lights. That's what we inherited, Mr. Speaker. And that's what we have to deal with. And invest in millions of dollars. And these are not money that you're making back directly because we're just selling the house to people. And you can imagine how difficult it has been to sustain this. You build a house, you build 50 homes, average cost $350,000, you do the maths, and you give all of them free. Including the land, including the infrastructure. You can understand the cost of this. And so, Mr. Speaker, going forward, electoral reform, Mr. Speaker. Let me say to you in this country that we are going ahead with electoral reform. You know, and those who say that they wanted electoral reform clearly do not want it. Those who say the opposition elements. When they started, it was about voter ID, cleansing the voters list. Then every time we address those issues, they added something else. Now, what they're yapping on, Mr. Speaker, is campaign financing. In the United States, one candidate raised $200 million in one night. One night. And, Mr. Speaker, it makes no sense, absolutely no sense, for the parliament to come to parliament to pass laws knowing that they cannot be implemented. How are you going to manage and oversee the issue of campaign financing Dominica? How are you going to do it? At what cost? This is why when I raised this issue in CARICOM felt that this should be a regional undertaking because this is too complex for one country to go with. So yes, in principle, we support the notion. But how are you going to operationalize it? And even when you look at the Sir Dennis Byron draft bill, you will see that there are so many gaps and voids because they themselves had difficulty in coming up with proper drafting for this. They have difficulties because it's a highly complex and technical issue. And so we believe, Mr. Speaker, and based on the public consultation, the results of the public consultation, that the matters that we put forward can in fact address the concerns that we all have had with regards to electoral reform and modernization. This is why we said there's no need to go and tamper with the Constitution. And so they said they wanted a voter ID card. We said we wanted national ID card. We said, okay, take the voter ID card. No, they have issued the voter ID card. They want more things on the voter ID card that you find nowhere in the world. And the passport, being the supreme document of our country, doesn't have those things. So why should we put systems in place to make it difficult? Are we not a progressive nation, Mr. Speaker, where people were denied the vote because of the economic and social circumstance? And people fought hard in our world, in part of our world, for the right to vote, that we're now in the 2024, the year of the Lord, trying to put systems in place to deny people access to voting, a fundamental right. The only motivation for this is to seek to create problems in them. Only motivation. Because those who are proposing this cannot be serious about what they propose. And so we await the submission from the Electoral Commission, Mr. Speaker. Once we receive this, the Attorney General, and I want to thank again the Attorney General for an exceptional job in putting this together. Exceptional job in putting this together. We'll wait for this, Mr. Speaker, and then we will advance the process of electoral reform. But we are committed to it. But we must never, opposition members, never support any suggestion that would deny people the right to vote. Because history will not be kind to us. Our ancestors will not be kind to us. People who struggle and die for the right to vote, we should never make it impossible. And you cannot tell me that you want to ask somebody to put the fingerprint on an ID card to vote when you don't need the fingerprint to get a passport, to go out of the country. That's not right. That's not right. When the police arrest you, the only time they are authorized in law to ask for your fingerprint is after you've been charged. And we want to criminalize voting in Dominica? That's what we do? Because the only laws that provide that make it mandatory for fingerprinting is the criminal laws. And it's only after you've been charged for crime and read your rights. And now we're saying, as progressive people, enlightened people, that we want to criminalize voting in Dominica because we believe that if we do those things that we can win an election. My friend, politics is hard work. Hard work. And to do this, you must love people. You must be empathetic. And the people who I see pushing this notion of criminalizing voting in Dominica do not love people and have no knowledge of the history. No knowledge of the history. And they're not sincere. And let me say to them, not because you see me cool and nice all the time, that I am afraid of anybody. So they can bring all the demonstration on they want. But they don't want to test this Labour Party and its ability to mobilize people. We are going to go ahead with this reform. We're going to go ahead with this reform. And the Parliament of Dominica will decide, ultimately, what this reform agenda entails. Mr. Speaker, this is what we're about. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to, again, thank the Dominican people for the continued support. We've done a lot of work under difficult circumstances. We have been able to maneuver the challenges and the harshness of the society. This world is imposing some cruelty on us.
One more minute.
Some cruelty on us, Mr. Speaker. And it's okay. Some cruelty on us, Mr. Speaker. And we continue to do what we have to do. I give the Dominican people the assurances that we have taken note of their concerns. The young boys and young ladies, and especially the youths, them, we always look out for you in special ways. And every time I meet with you, I tell you to buy a piece of land. The guys on the block, buy a piece of land. Build a house. Stay on the safe and narrow. Do constructive things. Do positive things. You all have children. Let us live a better world for our children and engage ourselves in legal and lawful activities, Mr. Speaker. Let us all work together. Let us all work together. This country is poised to do great things and to create increased opportunities for people in agriculture, in tourism, in energy, in small business development, housing, infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. If you are giving me more time, Mr. Speaker, I could speak about so many other things. But I've decided to focus on a few things today in the short time that you're giving to me, Mr. Speaker. But the next time I get an opportunity to speak, I will speak about other things. And Mr. Speaker, but I want to commend my colleagues for their comprehensive reports to the House. My only urging to them is that it would be nice if you could cut it throughout the 12 months. Because all the wonderful things that we're doing in every ministry, the country needs to hear this and know what will happen happening. Because less they will say we're doing nothing, when in fact we're doing too much at this time, Mr. Speaker. A lot we're doing for the people of Dominica. And so let us work together. I want to commend the opposition for the positive engagement, and we have taken note of these many projects in your constituencies, and we'll continue to work with you to bring continued relief for them. And as you said, a lot is happening in Salisbury, and you're happy, but you'll be even happier if you get two more things, Mr. Speaker. So by the next budget, you'll be the happiest, Mr. Speaker. You'll be the happiest, Mr. Speaker. But you must stand counted. You have a project in your constituency, creating jobs for your people. And of course, now, but also in the future. And we must count it in defense of the country. We'll fight our fight politically, but there's something called Dominica. And we all have a duty and obligation to strengthen it, to promote it in a positive way. Mr. Speaker, I believe things are looking positive for Dominica. And if God blesses us with these projects to be successfully completed, what a modern, dynamic Dominica that would be. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, you realize I'm taking some time here because I'm wondering what else can I say. But just quickly to correct a few things that were mentioned earlier, yesterday and day before. I do agree with the fact that, as Honorable Charles did say, the cost of health care has gone up significantly, not just in Dominica, but all over the world. But what you have to appreciate is the fact that how this government has actually subsidized this increase in health care all over in Dominica, so to speak. So the Prime Minister did mention some of the things, for instance, the $5 that we pay at the pharmacy for the different things, whether it's a Ventolin inhaler, whether it's the steroid inhalers, whatever the case may be, even the antibiotics, they're all at $5. And as he said, the price isn't $5, it's because it's been subsidized. That's why it's $5. And granted, sometimes the point comes up that the amount people pay as regards to private doctors and so forth, and the surgeries that it costs them. But you have to recognize that these very same doctors are the very same doctors who work at the Dominica China Friendship Hospital, and it's the same surgery, the same service, the same doctors. So if someone has a choice and they were to go to a private doctor, well, that's something else. However, the government provides that very same service, the very same doctor at the Dominica China Friendship Hospital, and that can be accessed through the outpatient department. So it's not like you don't have a choice. You want to go to the private doctor, that's one thing. However, that very same service is provided at the Dominica China Friendship Hospital. And Mr. Speaker, they took quite a few shots at the healthcare system, which I don't think it's fair. You have to look at the budget. In terms of the recurrent expenditure, Mr. Speaker, $81.9 million in terms of the recurrent expenditure is put for health, is allocated for health. The only other ministry that is higher than that is the Ministry of Finance. Obviously, the Ministry of Finance will have more because we deal with paying the gratuities and the loans and the pensions. But the second highest allocation for recurrent expenditure in this budget is for health. This tells you the emphasis and the significance that we have placed on the health of the nation, on the citizens of the country, because we recognize that we need a very healthy population to drive this development agenda that we've placed off in the budget here so far. And that's even larger than education, it's larger than national security, because that is the significance we put on health. So I really don't think it's fair that we just criticize the healthcare system to that extent. Also, in terms of, here we are presenting a budget. Even the Constitution refers to it as estimates. So sometimes you go above, sometimes you go below, but that's what estimates are all about, you know. So for instance, we were to be building a school, and for whatever reason, some climate event takes place, and then we reach 80% of the school. Do we just stop building the school? No, we just can't stop building the school. We have to get more money. So that is where sometimes it'll be more than what was allocated. And besides that, when they come here and they say, well, the same thing last year, it's in the budget this year. But you know how much time procurement takes. And sometimes there's what you call the defects liability period. So all of those things can take time, and if the contractor hasn't completed the payment schedule and it doesn't get paid, it'll come in the budget again because he hasn't received the money. But it doesn't mean that it hasn't been done. So we have to understand those little things in terms of the procurement time, in terms of defects liability time, in terms of the contractor completing the payment schedule. So even if it was there last year, you might see this year because it wasn't paid, but it doesn't mean it wasn't done. So these are the little things that they brought up here, which really doesn't make much sense. So for instance, the Lubia to Bagatelle Road. We've had 2 attempts. And finally now, on the 3rd attempt, as a matter of fact, good news to the House, Mr. Speaker, the contract was awarded last night. So I mentioned that it would be within 2 weeks, but that's what I said on Friday, and then last night, Wednesday, which is really just 4 working days, and a contract was awarded. So this is the progress and the speed that we're moving along. Sometimes a few things that were mentioned in terms of the agricultural projects being suspended. They were never suspended, they weren't suspended, they will never be suspended. It just so happened that they are actually under a different, they're under the agricultural livelihood program. So not that they were suspended. Similar that it was brought up that, okay, the health management information system, it wasn't there in the budget, but obviously it was on a different head. So that was under the digital economy. So it's those little things, and we have to recognize that we have a budget cycle of 3 years. So everything not going to happen in 1 year. The international airport can't be built in 1 year, neither can the marina, neither can the cargo port, neither can the cruise village. Those things, it takes time, it takes years. So you might see it last year, you might see it this year, you might see it next year because we have a cycle. Well, the Prime Minister did mention about the education. We paid $8.3 million last year for all our foreign students, which is a significant amount. And also the point that they brought up of nursing migration. I mean, I've been saying that in this parliament year after year after year. We have Ghanaian nurses going to Barbados to work. We have Cuban nurses going to all to the Caribbean. You have Filipino nurses working in Britain. You have US nurses working in Saudi Arabia, greener pastures. Talk about compensation. Well, then the issue becomes, what is sufficient compensation anyway? But that's something that happens all over the world. Then even last night when they were mentioning about radiology and the different films being interpreted and reported from other countries. A young person, it really surprised me that she didn't recognize what is telemedicine and the digital approach to. So sometimes I have patients. They've left here, that's a few years ago, and they went to St. Lucia or wherever to have a CT scan on MRI. So and then they come back here and they show me the report, and I realized the report was written somewhere in Goodwill. Dr. Gerardo wrote the report. That is telemedicine. That is how the world is moving. We have digital pathology. So where you have a film and pathologists all over the world taking a look at the film and they can give a final interpretation so that you get the correct thing. That is how the world is moving. These days of people having big brown envelopes of x-rays walking through. Come on, man. We've risen above this. So when an x-ray is done in the x-ray department in Prince Margaret Hospital, in the casualty, the doctor just sees it on the screen. So it was a little embarrassing, I think, to kind of look down on the technology we have in medicine to say that every film we do here has to be interpreted elsewhere. That is how the world has moved, and that is the direction we are moving as well. In terms of our MRI and our CT scan, Honorable Edwards did mention in excess of 1,000 of these were done last year. So what you have to do, you have to calculate. The person, it spends about, let's say $1,000 to go overseas, then you pay $2,000 to have the MRI, the CT scan, then your accommodation and your transport, that's $4,000. So if you look at it, more than 1,000 patients didn't have to go abroad to spend $4,000, so you can see it's almost $4 million that stays in the country. Right, Honorable Paul? Correct. Yes, that's what stays. And CT scan is the same amount as well. And there's so many things that goes on here at our Dominica China Friendship Hospital. And so when I hear people criticize the healthcare system, it really isn't fair. So for instance, Dr. Williams did talk about the Dominican newborn screening program. This doesn't happen anywhere else in the OECS, Mr. Speaker. So within 0 to 5 days, the baby is born, then we screen, we do oximetry, we do echocardiogram, and then we can diagnose congenital heart disease. Nowhere in the OECS that happens, except in Dominica. So you have to put those things into context. At the same time, even our MRI and CT scan, in the other OECS country that may have those things, it's in the private sector, not in the public sector. But this government has insisted that this has to be in the public sector so that no one is disenfranchised and everybody has an access because it's in the public sector. And that is an important part we have to recognize. Our eye clinic, Mr. Speaker, there's nowhere else in the OECS even an eye clinic like ours. And you can see the results. So many people tell us day in, day out. Even our cardiology department, Mr. Speaker, transesophageal echocardiogram and speckle tracking echocardiogram is not available anywhere in the OECS except the Dominica China Friendship Hospital where we have the equipment to do those things. But people have to understand and people have to know those things. These are the equipment we got through the cardiac imaging center, which was funded through the Chinese government. But these are all the equipment they've gotten us to do the transfer echocardiogram as well as the speckle tracking echocardiogram. These are services very soon will be functional because they're I remember sending patients to Trinidad who are going to get that thing together. And that they go there, they go to San Fernando, the Southern Medical Center, costing almost 30,000, 40,000. Our urologist at the hospital now, Mr. Speaker, uteroscopic lithotripsy, he's doing it free of charge at the Dominica China Friendship Hospital. These are things people travel before to get done, but they can get them done all at the China Friendship Hospital, Dominica China Friendship Hospital, totally free of cost. And those who took shots at the primary healthcare system, I don't think it was fair, because the reason why we could have managed COVID the best in the region, let alone the leadership from the Prime Minister and the Cabinet and the Ministry and at the ministerial level, but it's because of the primary healthcare system that is there in place that helped us to manage COVID that well. It was all the nurses and the ward aides and the cleaners and the ambulance drivers and the doctors and everybody, pharmacists, the lab techs, everybody. It was all because of the extensive primary healthcare system that we had that helped us to manage COVID to that extent. So I don't think it's fair that we just criticize the primary healthcare system or like that. Had it not been for them, we would not have been able to manage COVID that effectively. Now, Mr. Speaker, also in terms of the moving ahead, that's just to correct a few things, discrepancies that were mentioned here. But this budget, we've all mentioned to you that it's at a crucial time in the world. It's a polycrisis time, many crises, whether it's the climate change, whether it's debt sustainability, whether it's crime, whether it's food insecurity. And in spite of all of this, what we've done is you can see that we have a plan. So sometimes it was mentioned yesterday that we're not functioning from a plan. But we have two documents, our guiding documents, the NRDS, our National Resilience and Development Strategy, and our CRRP, that's the Climate Resilience and Recovery Plan. These are the two guiding documents that helps us and guides all of these budget proposals that we're bringing here. And these are the two guiding documents the entire world is taking a look at and is seeing. These are the documents that came out through the CRED, the Climate Resilience Executive Agency of Dominica. So to say that we don't have a plan, this is just, it's pure ignorance. If you haven't read it, that's a different thing. But it is there, and the entire world is taking a look at it. The entire world is seeing that, oh yes, this little country, this little small and developing state has a development plan, they have a strategy, and these are the two documents that everybody read. So I mean, it's just unfair to say that we do not have a plan. And if you go through the budget and you look at these two guiding documents, you realize how they're in sync. And that's the plan that we're going through. So and I think everyone should really take a chance and go through these two guiding documents. It'll explain so many things and you get a clearer vision as to how we set up this budget here. But even in the budget, you'll see how we continues with our productive sector and all the things we're going to be doing in agriculture and in the tourism part and the SMA, the small, micro, small and medium enterprises. And all of these programs, we started before. As a matter of fact, just today, I just signed a document related to Mr. Agriculture will be happy regarding the multi-purpose processing plant. That's which is on the way, which is in the budget as well. So all of these have been taken care of. Not only the continuation of these productive areas that we mentioned in the past, but also the diversification aspect, whether it's in terms of the cannabis point of view, whether it's in terms of the CMOS, whether it's from the sperm whale reserve, and all of these different, just trying to diversify the economy. So they're all part of the program, and they're all part of the budget right here today. And as the Prime Minister did say, with all of this, we are not going to sacrifice any of our social protection programs, because that's just who we are. That's the DNA of the Dominican Labour Party. So all of this will remain. But, Mr. Speaker, what we have to see in this budget and the strategy and the plan moving forward is, okay, like for instance, growing up, we had different impressions of China and Saudi Arabia and Morocco and those countries, and out of the blues, not out of the blues, but you realize they've reached a certain standard, and you realize, well, what have they been doing? So what they have done is actually build a modern economic infrastructure, which is actually what we're doing here. So when you look at the road infrastructure and the bridges, we know the roads is a very important part, all of this. When you look at what we've done in health and our hospitals and health centers, when you look at our renewable source of energy, clean renewable source of energy, when you look at the technology part of our digital economy and even the digital aspect of health, when you look at the education transformation, when you look at our financial systems must be in place, the FIU, the Financial Services Unit, because we have to handle the CFATF and all those different things, the Financial Action Task Force. And then apart from that, how we empower people, whether it's through housing, whether it's through safe water, whether it's through their health, all of these combined together, Mr. Speaker, is setting the platform for us to propel ourselves to a next level. This is the modern economic infrastructure that the government is building now. It takes everything, and even catering for the capacity building and the public servants. When you see we do this for the nurses and the policemen and all the other public servants, it's a comprehensive approach, even the development of sports and how it interacts with health and even our environment. Everything is combined together to build this modern economic infrastructure, and all these different productive things, I mentioned the agriculture and the tourism, they all come together. So we cannot just look in isolation, then we just be focusing on the trees, but we have to recognize that all these trees make up a forest. They have to come together for us to benefit from all these different things. Now, and within all of these different programs that I've mentioned, there's always the resilience aspect of it, and the sustainable aspect of it. But we went a step further, and we're talking about partnerships. So that is why the DIC, even prior to this budget, obviously we get all the recommendations, etc., and suggestions, but all of them cannot come in the budget. Obviously, you have to see the cost of implementation, etc. But a lot of them are in the budget, but we took the measures mentioned by the DIC very seriously. They have something really related to labor, which is important. They have some related to population. So that is why in the budget I did mention that, yes, we will partner with the private sector so we can see what can be done, because we need the ideas from them. It's something that has to be done together. And I'm very happy that, yes, they're on board with us, and then that will be a very, very important part as we move forward in partnering with the private sector so we can get more ideas and we benefit much more, of course. But apart from that, Mr. Speaker, there is a certain responsibility of the citizens as well. So whether it's in terms of their healthy lifestyle and their attitudes towards their health, that's a priority, because actually it's just costing the state too much. The CNCDs is costing us too much. Not just Dominica, the entire world, but we have to make some concerted efforts in that regard as to what we eat, our lifestyle, our physical activity. All of these things will help to cut down the incidence of CNCDs, and obviously will cut down the cost to the government, because it's just too much. The amount of sick leaves and the sick days and people not feeling well and they're not productive enough, we cannot have this going on with this massive plan that we have, our development agenda. And apart from that, even how we take care of the environment, our yards, our neighborhoods, the drains, the culverts, just how we take care of the plastics and all of the different things. So we can put all of this down as a government, but the truth is the citizens of the country have to help us for us to be able to carry out all of these things. Now, Mr. Speaker, quickly, I'll just go on to my my constituency for a very short while, then I'll come back. Quite a few things, a lot of things going on in my constituency. I just wouldn't have enough time to go through this. But quickly, in terms of sports, Cochrane, we've been having some good meetings with the Middleham United Football Club. They actually came out third last year. I'm not going to challenge Dublin and Harlem for now. It's just too early for that. And even in Mount Prospero basketball court and the academy that we plan to have, this is the discussions are ongoing, or what do we even feel lighting has been done. It's just a matter of the grass we have to get on it. So all that's ongoing. I want to thank Honorable George for that. Our Trafalgar basketball court, we're going to have a new basketball court. That's under the BNTF. We have $500,000 for that. Really looking forward to this as well. And in Loda, our playing field is just the land acquisition that we're trying to get done. And as soon as that's done, I think all of the villages and all the different hamlets in the Rose Valley will be very happy with all the sporting facilities that we'll be having. Well, the cable car. Mr. Speaker, in the cable car, for instance, I've been more than 200 people working on this cable car project. Maybe about 100 or so comes from the Roseau Valley. And you have to see the amount that this puts into the Roseau Valley, the economy. So let's say you have 100 on an average and make about 3,500 per month. So you can see that plus the NEP, maybe 200 NEP, $1,000 a month. So just the NEP and the cable car puts $500,000 in the Roseau Valley every single month. Just two areas, the cable car and the NEP. And that's a significant amount if you consider $500,000 into a smaller constituency every single month. All our tourist sites are being upgraded, the Trafalgar, the T2 Gorge, and the Freshwater Lake. And even our Castle Bridge, that's the bridge to connect from Savannah coming up to Wharton Waven. So that's progress on this is going very, very well. Our sanctuary resort, the Eco Resort in Providence, that's going pretty well. And well, the geothermal plant, we know about that. I won't go into the details of that. In terms of our village roads, a lot have been going on in Mount Prosper. We're doing quite a bit in the Village Council Road. We started some work at the Cowtown Road in Wharton Waven, which we have to continue. And even the Link Road in Loda, that's next on the agenda, which will be done as well. And our Cochrane Road from the old school all the way to the Savannah. So all of this is on plan. We started some of them, and the others will continue in this financially. In terms of agro-processing, we have a lot of farming going on in the Roseau Valley, so we're going to send 3 people to China. That is Chair Ives, we have Lenisha from these 2 from One Prosper, we have Julieta from Cochrane. All of these are going across for the agro-processing. It means a lot to us, our agriculture, and our agro-processing as well. I should thank I should say congratulations to the principal and teachers of Mount Prosper Primary School. A small primary school, but they did exceptionally well in the national assessment. So I really want to say very good to them. Our housing programs do continue in Trafalgar. Obviously, some of them are a little delayed, but nonetheless, they're happening, and we're happy about that. And so in a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, the Valley is well taken care of. Loving people, they've been very patient because they know that with this Labour Party, what has been promised, they'll be getting what has been promised. But coming back to just the national picture, we have to also recognize sometimes people just think there's an abundance of finance everywhere. But what is so significant, what is just so a highlight of this government is the pragmatism in which we deal with things. So for instance, yesterday was mentioned the stretch in Salisbury. Well, suddenly it went down and it cost $4 million. These are not things you budgeted for, but nonetheless, you have to address it. So sometimes when you address these things,
One more minute.
that's fine. It might put a little strain on the other parts as well. But what I think now, Mr. Speaker, every young person or anybody in Dominica now, Dominica is the best place to be at this point in time. With all of these projects and the bigger picture, when you put it together, there's no other place anybody should want to live. If anybody wants to live Dominica now, it's just a matter of going out quickly, getting qualified, getting certified, getting trained, and come back and get ready within 2 to 3 years when the real action will start in terms of the benefits you're going to get from all of these programs. And sometimes we have to look at things that, let's just get progress. Let's just make progress, rather than just think of perfection all the time. It's just a matter of making progress. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, I know my time is up. So with this, I think we had a very fruitful discussion of our budget. Everybody seemed to have supported the budget on both sides. And with this, I, I, I rest my case here.
Yes, this concludes the debate. And as the chairman, had the pleasure of sharing the session there. Both sides of the House had the opportunity to articulate their points. And just to highlight some areas, remember we talk about the international airport, it would be good if we could stand in unity as a parliament for some of the projects. Dominica, 70,000 people, we need to stand together. You have the international airport, you have the geothermal, the cable car project. On both sides, people spoke about small business development, the cruise ship village, electoral reform, a major issue. So climate change. So let us have some unity. And I'm not getting involved in the policy, but on the labor side, usually talk about building a dynamic Dominica. But also, if we build the dynamic Dominica, that's where Dominica will become the best place to live, work, and enjoy life. But what we need to do is in unity, and I'm calling for unity again. Finally, I want to say I enjoy the fact that this time around, in regards to the CBI, the rhetoric was positive. And I mentioned in regards to the NEP, we need to, as a parliament, realign our rhetoric, how we talking about the NEP. So at least we're in unity and we're building. So again, as I said, let's move on and let's move to our most important part. Let us go and refer the matter to the committee supply of the whole house. So we're going to deal with the House resumes. I have to report that the estimate have passed through the Committee of Supply without amendments. The question is that 1,614,304,459.52 is approved for the estimate. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled 2024-2025 Appropriation Act 2024 be read a first time and passed.
(2024-2025) Appropriation Act 2024.
The bill has been read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading of bill shortly entitled 2024-2025 Appropriation Act 2024.
Speaker.
(2024-2025) Appropriation Act 2024.
The bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. the bill to the House. The question is that House resumes. I have to report that the bill shortly entitled 2024-2025 Appropriation Act 2024 passed through the committee stage without amendments. The question is that I report the committee on the bill to be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled 2024-2025 Appropriation Act 2024 be read a third time and passed.
Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled 2024-2025 Appropriation Act 2024 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
2024-2025 Appropriation Act 2024.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Authorization for overdraft. Whereas by virtue of Section 3.1 of the Loans Act, Chapter 6405 of the 2017 revised laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica, the House of Assembly may, by resolution duly passed, authorize the minister responsible for finance to borrow money from approved sources or guarantee loans to statutory boards or public corporation for the purpose of financing general development purposes and for other purposes. And whereas in accordance with Section 36(1) of the Finance Administration Act, Chapter 6302 of the 2017 revised laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica, the power conferred by the Loans Act to borrow money by means of advances from a bank may be exercised by means of a fluctuating overdraft. And whereas for the fiscal year 2022-2023 and 2023-2024, Parliament approved bank overdrafts limit in the amount of 108 million EC dollars. And whereas these bank overdraft facilities were effectively managed during the periods, and whereas for the fiscal year 2024-2025, a sum not exceeding 102 million EC is required to assist with the operation of central government. And whereas for the fiscal year 2024-2025, a sum not exceeding 6 million will be allocated for statutory bodies and public cooperation to offer them flexibility in meeting their short-term financial obligations in a timely manner. And whereas the government of Dominica debt strategy allows for a mix of financing options to include loans, overdraft facilities, and securities geared at meeting government's financial needs. And whereas the government of Dominica has utilized a combination of overdrafts and treasury bills to supplement general revenues to finance its short-term requirements and continues to finance its capital projects through grants, concessional loans, and resources from the Citizen by Investment Program. And whereas the government of Dominica continues to build fiscal resilience to macroeconomic shocks and is mindful of the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union debt to GDP target of 60% by 2035 for member countries. Be it resolved that in accordance with the Section 3.1 of the Loans Act, Chapter 6405 of the 2017 revised laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica, this Honorable House authorizes the Minister for Finance to borrow and guarantee by means of fluctuating overdrafts a sum not exceeding in the aggregate 108 million Eastern Caribbean dollars from A, National Bank of Dominica, B, Republic Bank, and C, any other approved financial institution to meet central government's current overdraft requirements and to guarantee overdrafts to statutory bodies and public corporations for a further period of 1 year, commencing from 1st day of July 2024.
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, at the beginning of every fiscal year, the Minister for Finance normally requests the permission of the House to operate a fluctuating overdraft to support central government's operations, as well as to guarantee fluctuating overdraft facilities for some statutory bodies during the impending fiscal year. This helps to buffer temporary fiscal gaps. This year is no exception. We are again seeking the approval of the House to operate fluctuating overdrafts amounting to 108 million, the same as last year. Mr. Speaker, we have been paying very close attention to the use of these facilities to ensure that central government as well as the statutory bodies remain within the limits approved by Parliament. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, Cabinet has appointed a monitoring committee to give greater oversight to the financial operations of statutory bodies. The objective of this action is to ensure that these entities continue to operate with the prudence required. As mentioned in the proposed resolution, the authority of the House to approve it is vested in Section 36(1) of the Finance Administration Act, Chapter 6302 of the 2017 revised laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica. I now commend the resolution to this House, Honorable House, for consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is before the House for debate.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give brief remarks on the authorization to the overdraft. Mr. Speaker, for those who are listening, an overdraft occurs when there isn't enough money in the account to cover the transaction or withdrawal, but the bank allows the transaction anyway. Essentially, there's an extension to credit from the financial institution that is granted when the account reaches zero. Today, however, Mr. Speaker, the overdraft brought before this House is in the sum of not exceeding in the aggregate of 108 million Eastern Caribbean dollars. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, during the last fiscal year, we have been faced with a few external shocks and some of the other items that are on the resolution paper that have allowed the government to borrow money from the approved sources for the purpose of financing general developments. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, we give our full support to the authorization, to the overdraft. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of the resolution before the House for an overdraft facility of $108 million for central government and for statutory corporations. It is essential that from time to time the government have access to funds which are above and beyond those already approved by the Parliament for those foreseen expenditure. Yes. But from time to time, the government may find itself in a position where it may have unforeseen expenditure. Although there are other instruments available to the government, that is to say, that there can be expenditure outside of those that already been approved by the Parliament. But in order for the government to have access to the finance required, it needs to have access to funds. And in this case, through an overdraft facility. And I'm happy that the member for Salisbury supported the resolution before the House, because you saw what was unforeseen in Salisbury last year, when all of a sudden we had the collapse of the road on the highway in Salisbury. That is the type of activity or event, unforeseen event, that would necessitate borrowings. It also gives the government some space in managing the finances of the state, because obviously government gets funds from revenues, of course, from taxes, from loans, from grants, and of course, in our case, from non-tax revenue for the CBI. This gives the government the opportunity to manage its finances in a more orderly fashion. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support the resolution before the House for the approval of the overdraft.
Mr. Speaker, on both sides, we've agreed and for the approval of the overdraft. And I'm pleased that the former leader of the opposition has is in agreement with the overdraft. It's the same amount that we had last year. And I think we can proceed, Mr. Speaker.
This concludes the debate on the resolution. Be it resolved that in accordance with Section 3.1 of the Loans Act, Chapter 6405 of the 2017 Revised Laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica, this Honorable House authorizes the Minister for Finance to borrow and guarantee by means of fluctuating overdraft a sum not exceeding in the aggregate 108 million Eastern Caribbean dollars from A, National Bank of Dominica, B, Republic Bank, and C, any other approved financial institution to meet central government's current overdraft requirements and to guarantee overdrafts to statutory bodies and public corporations for a further period of 1 year, commencing the first day of July 2024. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. So resolution is passed.
Whereas, by virtue of Section 3.1 of the Loans Act, Chapter 6405 of the 2017 revised laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica, the House of Assembly may, by resolution duly passed, authorize the minister responsible for finance to borrow money from the approved sources or guarantee loans to statutory boards or public corporation for the purpose of financing general development purposes in any foreign currency or currencies. And whereas by agreement dated May 10, 2018, the government of Dominica contracted a credit facility of 3,500,000 special drawing rights from IDA for the purposes of restoring agricultural livelihoods and enhancing climate resilience of farmers and fisher folks affected by Hurricane Maria. And whereas by agreement dated July 31st, 2020, the government of Dominica, after it became necessary to divert some of the funds from the original loan to address food security, agricultural production, and health services during the COVID-19 pandemic, contracted an additional loan in the amount of 2,700,000 special drawing rights. And whereas the objective of the Emergency Agricultural Livelihoods and Climate Resilience Project is to contribute to restoring agricultural livelihoods and enhancing climate resilience of farmers and fisher folks affected by Hurricane Maria. And whereas these funds are to be used to finance various components of the project, to include assisting recipients with the restoration of their cropping systems, livestock and fishery systems, and building climate resilience and agribusiness capabilities, providing for the restoration of key infrastructure in agriculture, livestock, and forestry, and institutional strengthening and capacity building in the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, project management and coordination by supporting the establishment of the Project Implementation Unit within the Ministry with MAF to serve as the unit with the overall responsibility for unit with implementation and coordination of the project activities, as well as the setting up of the implementation support team within the Ministry of Finance. And whereas the government of Dominica and the International Development Association, IDA, agreed that additional funds are necessary to finance the original activities of the project, that is, an additional sum not exceeding 6,100,000 special drawing rights, equivalent to 8 million United States dollars or 21,600,000 Eastern Caribbean dollars. And whereas the government of the Commonwealth of Dominica and the IDA have agreed to enter into an agreement whereby the government of the Commonwealth of Dominica will contract an additional credit facility in the sum of 6,100,000 special drawing rights, equivalent to 8 million United States dollars or 21,600,000 Eastern Caribbean dollars. Be it resolved that in accordance with Section 3.1 of the Loans Act, Chapter 6405 of the 2017 revised laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica, this Honorable House authorizes the Minister for Finance to borrow by means of credit an additional sum not exceeding 6,100,000 special drawing rights, equivalent to 8 million United States dollars or 21,600,000 Eastern Caribbean dollars. Interest, that is three quarter to 1% per annum, 3/4 of 1% per annum, commitment charge half of 1% per annum, repayment 60 semi-annual installments commencing August 15, 2034, grace period 10 years.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the prolonged COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the need to address the issue of food insecurity in Dominica and the Eastern Caribbean. This was confirmed by the World Food Programme Caribbean COVID-19 Food Security and Livelihoods Impact Survey, which was conducted in June 2022. That survey found nearly 40% of the population of the Eastern Caribbean were estimated to be food poor. Mr. Speaker, in March 2022, even before the World Food Programme released the result of their survey, our visionary Prime Minister, Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, announced government's goal to increase agriculture contribution to GDP to 700 million by 2030. In his capacity as Minister for Finance, he announced in the budget address for fiscal year 2022-2023 that this goal would be achieved mainly by increasing production of 1, agricultural produce, 2, livestock, and 3, horticulture, as well as number 4, expansion of the fishing industry, in order to eliminate or significantly reduce importation and increase our exports of these products. Also by increasing agro-processing output to add value to our agricultural produce. And lastly, enhancing the Nature Island brand and expanding local products market share locally, regionally, and internationally. To accelerate the implementation of plans and investments in the areas which I have just mentioned, government sought the assistance of the World Bank to raise additional financing for agriculture. And an additional SDR 6.1 million, that is US 8 million, or EC 21.6 million, was approved by the Board of Directors of the International Development Association, IDA, under the following very favorable terms. 3/4 of 1% per annum, that's interest. The commitment charge is half of 1% per annum. The grace period is 10 years, and the repayment is 50 semi-annual installments commencing August 15, 2034. As indicated in the proposed resolution, Section 3.1 of the Loans Act, Chapter 6405 of the 2017 revised laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica authorizes the Minister for Finance, responsible for finance, to borrow money or guarantee loans from approved sources or guarantee loans to statutory corporation on behalf of the government for the purpose of financing general development or for other purposes by a resolution passed by Parliament. This loan has been evaluated in the context of government's medium-term debt strategy, and it is consistent with the objectives of the strategy. As shown in the economic statistics, the agricultural sector has been growing. However, we are working to have a much sharper increase in this rate of growth to achieve our desired objective for the sector. Mr. Speaker, we are confident that the goal of 700 million contribution to GDP by 2030 can be achieved. And we are well on our way to achieving this based on our investments in agricultural production, marketing and infrastructure, including the international airport and the new cargo port to facilitate increased exports. I now commend the resolution to the House for consideration. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The, the resolution is before the House for debate. Yes, Honorable Royer, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand full in support to the resolution before the House. Authorization for an additional credit facility from the IDA for funding the Emergency Agricultural Livelihoods and Climate Resilience Project. These funds, Mr. Speaker, will fund some key interventions under the project. The Agricultural Livelihoods Project played a critical role in restoring livelihoods after the passage of Hurricane Maria by supporting farmers with grants, materials, equipment, and cash for labor to invest on their farms. This additional credit facility of 21,600,000 Eastern Caribbean dollars is timely as it will assist greatly in addressing the bottlenecks in the agricultural production system. This investment to be funded by this facility will carefully and strategically planned as we seek to achieve the 700 million by 2030 target. We are confident that with the full utilization of the money provided by this facility, we'll have a transformed agricultural sector. What we did, Mr. Speaker, in interest of time, we started preliminary works on most of the activities because we need to ensure the monies are spent within a particular time frame, and the time frame is tight. Mr. Speaker, the funds will be used for the following projects. Number one, it will support the construction of the National Abattoir. Mr. Speaker, as I said yesterday, a contract was signed in April at a tune of $6.4 million, and the new abattoir has the capacity, or will have the capacity, to process 4,000 birds and 50 pigs per day. It includes new perimeter fencing, backup generator, a new incinerator, refurbishment of the pig processing line, and of course a new line for the processing of poultry. Mr. Speaker, the construction is ongoing. We are now in demolition phase, and we expect that the project will be completed before February 2025. Mr. Speaker, the facility will also support and give support to hatchery operators. We have about 2 on island that are fully functional, and will provide support to them by upgrading and restoring the operations by providing new equipment to them, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, we are importing chicks from Barbados, and sometimes we fall short because of logistics. And if we were to miss a shipment by a plane delay, that can cause a setback in our production system. So with their operators on island, is a very technical and costly and highly skilled operation. So we are going to invest to upgrade the system and of course provide some training so that the selection of the chicks will be done much better. Just to know, Mr. Speaker, when you provide chicks to the farmers, you must do a selection before. And if you're not adequately trained, if you were to buy 50 chicks, if you're lucky, you may have around 15 roosters in there. You understand? So because we import the eggs, and when you import the eggs, you put it to hatch. You're not sure what they're getting, but it's a highly skilled operation, and we have identified the gaps in that process, and we're going to intervene to assist the hatchery operators, Mr. Speaker. That facility as well will support the construction of the animal feed mill, Mr. Speaker. We know the issues we have with the cost of feed. Nothing because of our fault that the cost of it is very high. The cost of feed has increased by 59.9% over the past 3 years. And the average pound cost to 50-pound bag is about $68. In January this year, we saw the shortage we had, and we had to intervene and spend over 50,000 euros to import feed for farmers. But with our own animal feed mill on island, we'll be able to supply feed first at a cheaper cost, and secondly, it will be readily available to farmers, Mr. Speaker. And just to note that 70% of the cost to grow animal is just the cost of animal feed. So we cannot do it at that. So that is one of the projects we have at the ministry that we are going to promote as a public-private partnership, and we're working towards that. Where we are with that, we are going to tender very soon for the equipment, and we're going to do a design and build, Mr. Speaker, for the actual structures. We have 2 options. The Prime Minister will give his clearance on a preferred option, and we're working to get that constructed. And as I said, the timeline is tight. We must end before May 2025, so all this must happen before May of 2025. So we're working speedily on that, Mr. Speaker. The second part to that is investment in protective agriculture. When we talk about greenhouses, we speak about hydroponics. As we said yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we are impacted by climate change, and which is not our fault at all. That's why I reiterated yesterday, I had my voice to the call with the PM for climate justice. So these are the kind of monies we have to look for to invest in agriculture. So our farmers will be provided with greenhouses. We had an expectation of increase earlier this year. About 76 farmers applied to that particular facility. We are doing the assessment, and added to that as well, not just new, but they're going to provide farmers who have the greenhouse structures that requires rehabilitation as well. So we are looking into that as well. And that, Mr. Speaker, on that particular component, we are going to invest in our agro park. That's what I mentioned yesterday as well. So the agro park will be located somewhere in Picard, where we have at least 4 or 5 high-level hydroponics greenhouses system, fully automated. And of course, it will be used for persons to learn the technology, and we're going to have the commercial production of lettuce, tomatoes, and other vegetables, Mr. Speaker. So that facility will lend support to the development of the agro park as well, as of course we look to boost production to meet the demands that are currently present on the market. That will also support the micro irrigation systems for open field agriculture. Around $1 million+ will go into that. We also had an experimental interest where farmers applied. We had around 100 applicants, over 100, and we're going to target to support 100 farmers, Mr. Speaker, to provide irrigation system to them on their farm. 100 farmers. We did all the assessment, we did all the site visits, we have the names, and then we are going to now tender to procure the equipment. So that will include drip lines, water pumps, solar automated timers, and the entire works, so that we can combat again against climate change, because we're experiencing longer dry seasons, and it's difficult for farmers to grow vegetables in open field. So that's an intervention that we are looking forward to, and we are hopeful that we'll get the desired results. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I also spoke about the revamping of the banana and plantain subsector. Some monies from that will go into that. So as I said, we've signed a contract for $1.1 million to provide the sleeving materials, fertilizer, agrochemicals, tools to support the farmers that we provided with the tissue culture plantlets. Thus far, we have distributed 15,000 plantain plants, and we have 17,000 banana plants, as I speak, being hardened at the Portsmouth Agricultural Station, and by October, we'll distribute an additional 30,000 banana plants. So that again will support the revamping of the banana and plantain subsector. Importantly, our fishers got a hard blow during Hurricane Maria. Not only they lost boats, but the fisheries infrastructure got hit and got damaged. So we are going to see the restoration of landing sites. So we're going to do that in Stowe, we'll see slipway and some concrete works at Stowe. In Sansove, we'll do slipway as well and provide ice machines to the farmers. In Scottshead, we'll be constructing a brand new slipway as well. In Newtown, we'll see the covering of the vending area where they're vending fish in Newtown. In Fokole, we'll see the rehabilitation of the vending area and some storage facility. And in Mahu, we'll see the rehabilitation of existing slipway and construction of external bathrooms for the fisher folks in farmers. So, and all the sites will be getting equipment, coolers, and ice machines as well. That's because as redundancy to support our bigger and larger fisheries complexes, Mr. Speaker. So the fisher folks will be given some attention under this facility as well. The bigger one on this facility, Mr. Speaker, was the PM pronouncement, where we said that we are going to establish a procurement facility at Dexia to buy fresh produce from farmers. And that started, and that facility will lend more support to that. So far, we spent about $2 million Eastern Cameroon dollars purchasing fresh produce from farmers, even bay oil as well, we bought as well. And so far, 650 farmers have already benefited from that facility, Mr. Speaker. So all the farmers have to do now is grow, produce, drive to the Dexia packing houses, offload the vehicles, it gets selected, graded, they're given the slip, and in 2 days, they get in the check, larger check, Mr. Speaker. That is dry money. And what that has done so far, Mr. Speaker, farmers are going back to the soil because the new spreading. Farmers I know personally that said that they would never sell for Dexter again. They are now clearing lands, signing contracts, and back to the soil. So that has boosted production because the farmers are now confident now in the marketplace, and we're very happy for that. In marketing produce as well, we place some emphasis and some focus on the hucksters. So from that facility, we'll purchase some packaging material for hucksters, the boxes, because we know the cost of the boxes are very, very expensive. And what it does, the farmers are not competitive as they should on the market. One box is like $10 or $12. Dr. Anderson, about $10, $15 for just one box with no food in it as yet. So what happens when they ship to Martinique and to Saint Martin and to Tola, they are not really competitive. The other islands really, the produce from Dominican Republic and Costa Rica really compete with them. So they're trying to make sure that they put a stamp in the marketplace by providing them with the boxes so that the price they offer on the market overseas can be more competitive so that they can attract more produce to be sold. So that's one of the strategies we're using, and we'll spend over $500,000 providing that support to the hucksters, Mr. Speaker. In addition, we've been speaking about Dexia having depots throughout the island, which is a brilliant initiative, where they'll position a hub in whatever island they chooses, but I suspect it may be in Barbados or Antigua or Total or somewhere. But that facility will provide the equipment for that, like the reefer containers, and the structure, rental space. So when Dexia ships across, they can consolidate and then redistribute. So for example, a huckster in Antigua may not have to use the schooner to go up and down every week. They can stay in Antigua, call the packing house, make an order, Dexia package, sends to that distribution center, and then they collect from there and distribute. It can also mean Dexia themselves have their own customers, they send to them, serve as a hub, they can store because they reefer containers, and they can sell. Or they can consult the Dominica, send everything up, and then look for sale and distribute. So there are many models that they can follow, but the intention is to have a presence in the marketplace where somebody knows there's a Dominican stock and they can pick up whatever they want. So that facility as well will provide Dexia to achieve that goal, Mr. Speaker. But the bigger one is, again, Mr. Speaker, we have around $5 million allocated for agro processors, Mr. Speaker. $5 million. We had an EOI a few months ago. We launched the project where persons, small, micro, medium-sized agro processors applied to the facility. So we had around 140 applicants. So far, we have maybe done assessment for about 100 of them, and we are going to assist them to purchase equipment to build their facilities. Some of them have potential, they want to grow, but they can't really afford to get the type of machines that they require, and we're going to lend support to that. What it does will really develop and enhance the food safety issues in the place and to build the capacity so they can produce more and package better, and then they can be more competitive on the marketplace by being more consistent, having a product that is well labeled, a product that is certified, and a product that was prepared in a safe environment. So that facility will lend support to the agro-processors, and we're looking forward to that. Either we procure the equipment or we hand over the checks to the processors. So that we'll do in earnest by next month, September for sure. That component, we want to bring closure to it. So Mr. Speaker, all the projects I mentioned, we must close by May 2025 because the projects come to an end by that time. So I also want to take the opportunity to thank all the staff at the PIU who have been there for over 5 years trying to implement that program. By Mr. Stevenson and Sean and the rest of the guys really working towards that. But I also want to remind them that we only have 10 months left to implement all what I just said. So as I speak, we should be on overdrive. And I, of course, and the staff of the ministry is there to support them, and we're looking forward to its implementation because we see this key intervention as fundamental in us achieving that 700 million by 2030. So we're looking at the entire production system from establishment to processing to marketing. So if you listen to me properly, you will see we address the entire value chain in that one project. So again, we want to thank Ministry of Finance and the World Bank for making this facility available and look forward to its implementation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Henderson, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I join the Minister for Agriculture in support of the resolution before the House. That is a resolution for the approval authorization for an additional credit facility from the International Development Association. And I think it's important to say, and perhaps you should have included, it's part of the World Bank Group, because I'm sure most people are wondering what association that is, for funding of emergency agricultural livelihoods and climate resilience project. I support the resolution, Mr. Speaker, and before I say why, I just want to say that I also support the Minister of Agriculture, but there's one thing I disagree with him on, and I have to say that publicly. The Minister is working very hard, and I feel the energy, I feel the enthusiasm, but Minister, I don't think it is fair to categorize all this work, and there are pieces that fit nicely. The components fit perfectly. They are not interventions. These are deliberate, programmatic initiatives from the Ministry of Agriculture, Finance, including the Ministry of Trade, and the entire government system. So these are not interventions. These are the things that will help to reshape agriculture. And I am in full support of this financing of $21.6 million for this facility because I believe they have the potential to really help to propel the agricultural sector, but also to help us as we prepare for the commissioning of our international airport. This is an excellent opportunity for us to really modernize agriculture. And that is what we've been talking about. I remember the days when I was Minister of Agriculture, I didn't have money. There was austerity that. And up now I can understand. I don't even remember I was Minister of Agriculture from 2002 to 2004. So that's 20 years ago. And that is a long time ago when bananas were on his deathbed after the changes of the preferential treatment regime in the UK market. And we were struggling to build an industry. And, you know, we had people like Richie Charles back then as chairman of the BMC and the general manager who's now the head of the project implementation unit of this facility, Kevin Stevenson. And, you know, it was a difficult time. But now we are seeing that we are accessing finance to help to modernize that sector. But while we should extend our gratitude to the main contributors to that facility at the World Bank Group, Germany, France, Japan, the United States, and the United Kingdom, because this is a special facility that is financed over a period of 3 years every time. And I think we're on either 18, I think it is, FS, if you can help me. And they make the contributions, the 43 members who contribute, but these are the countries that contribute the biggest portion of that facility. And the terms are so preferential, so concessional, that you cannot get anything better than that. But for a country to qualify, not only does it have to be within the category of countries, the 173 member states that can participate, but also this country must have a track record to show that it can meet the requirements of the World Bank Group. And it's one of the most difficult, most stringent requirements that you can find anywhere in the world, in any financing institution. And we have been successful in attracting World Bank financing, IDA financing, for a number of projects over the last decade or so. So we have had an excellent track record. We've been able to account for all the monies that have been made available to us under these facilities. And it is because of that we're able to do the add-on to expand what is already being done. But Mr. Speaker, I also want to add, again, before speaking to how the Ministry of Trade and Dexia will be involved in all of this, some of the good work being done here, is the fact that we keep making the case, and the Prime Minister has made the case very, very convincingly for climate justice. Because while we express gratitude to those countries, we should also demand from them that this is part of the reparation for the destruction of the planet that they have been responsible for with their emission of greenhouse gases. Because the impact of Hurricane Maria, now we're here trying to restore livelihoods from fishing and agriculture. It is as a result, as a consequence of the anthropogenic activities of those countries since the Industrial Revolution. And we have to also add, while we express, of course, at 0.75%, 10-year grace period, we won't start paying until 2034. These are great terms. You cannot get better than that. It's as good as almost, the only thing better is to get a grant. But we need to continue making the argument. And that's why we need to go to the Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC that we normally refer to as the COP. We need to go there to make this case. And we need to continue placing the pressure on those countries so that when they talk about the commitment given in Dubai, it was Minister of Environment, when they agreed on the loss and damage facility, they need to now implement and operationalize that facility so that these loans that we take in should be forgiven. So we have to make that case that it is not prospective but retroactive. In other words, we have to ensure that all this, remember I think it was how much? We said it was about 346 million between Hurricane Maria and Tropical Storm Erika. But we also have to add the other damage that we've had to sustain, housing recovery as part of that. And all of these loans that we were forced to contract because we had to rebuild from those events as a result of climate change, that we should benefit from that loss and damage facility. So as we go to Baku, Azerbaijan in November of this year for COP29, we must make the case that this loss and damage facility must be operationalized, but it also must ensure that we can benefit and get compensated for those loans that we've contracted over the last 10 years. And as we've said to our colleagues in CARICOM and the Alliance of Small States, we continue to say that it must have a cutoff point, and the cutoff point must go back at least 10 years so that it can capture events for us like Tropical Storm Erika, Hurricane Maria, to ensure that we can get those debts repaid as a case made for loss and damage. But Mr. Speaker, Dexia is prepared to work, and well, we have been working, I should say, with the Ministry of Agriculture to implement some of the projects that have been being financed under this facility. And we look forward to the commissioning of the abattoir, because we have already prepared a submission which will see Dexia taking over the sales of the meat and the chicken that are brought to the abattoir. The fish is separate. We're dealing with the fish, but we have started, Minister. We went there. We opened the freezers. We ensure that we start the operation. And as I promised you, Minister, we're ready for you you're ready for your fishers, we'll take all the fish they bring. We are now looking for a facility of 300,000 from that same facility that has been made available. Once we get approval from the relevant authority, we will begin the procurement. And we are starting with 300,000 so that we can get everything that's on the market now. And then it will be in a revolving facility so that we can ensure that we reduce the pressure on the fishermen so that they can focus. I used to fish, Julian. I not like you, I wouldn't boast that, but I used to fish. It's true, it's beaching I used to hold outside of Marcus Street, and a little tuna sometimes in the Gulf outside of Salisbury. But I try a thing. And I know my grandfather and my uncles how they used to do. After they pull the nets, they had to go and sit down by the road or maybe reach Maho and try to sell the fish. So I know about that, and I understand what the fishermen, what they experience. And therefore, I am also committed to that. But back to the abattoir, we are preparing to ensure that one of the things that we have set ourselves a challenge is to ensure that we can utilize the facility of the abattoir to start focusing on cuts. And we have spoken about that before. How do we improve the local chicken, the local beef, the pork? How can we improve it so that it becomes something, I don't want to say more presentable, but get it to the marketplace, packaged and cut how people would like to have them. So that those who like the whole fall can have the whole fall. But those who want, people like me, little wings I like, and you can see why. And those who like the whole legs, you can get the whole legs, and the thighs, and the breasts. I don't know how they get all this. Anyway, but we are looking at the possibility of doing that, and that is one of the challenges that we've set ourselves, and also to look at the packaging. So we want to look at the label. So we're taking the time while you're constructing or rehabilitating that facility to finalize our plan so that we can get out with a label and we'll be able to supply local supermarkets and, of course, to individuals who wish to procure from us. We're also looking forward to the, of course, the construction of the feed mixing plant. The feed mixing plant is not something new. I think some very long ago, there was a feed mixing plant in the Ministry of Agriculture. But this time, your approach, I think, will give us a better chance of success or a greater impact because you're looking at a private-public partnership. But I would like to throw out a challenge to the young people we've trained. We've trained a lot of people, trained a lot of you, all sorts of things in agriculture, agro-processing, agri-science, agri-food, and so forth. And it's an opportunity for them now to become entrepreneurial and to determine and to come up with the use of indigenous materials that could support that feed mixing plan. Because one of the concerns that we flag is the fact that we still have to depend on grains from outside. So while we can reduce some of the costs by mixing, we will be still at the mercies of those major suppliers of grains. And therefore, we have to become more creative. I know there were attempts way back, exactly, using things like cassava. I think there is some grass. I remember Dr. Binger doing a lot of research on that, looking at the protein content of it and see how it can look right, how these things can be utilized to reduce the reliance on imports. And if we can do that, that could be a significant reduction in the cost of livestock. A significant reduction. So it is an opportunity for us to bring the science to work. And don't be afraid, man. Let's test the thing. Let's try it. We have a lab, or labs. The Ministry of Agriculture has a lab. We have also, at Bureau of Standards, we have the lab. We have scientists who can run the tests, who can determine the contents and the composition of some of those various foodstuffs, and see how we can get the right mix so that we have the right amount of protein and all the essential minerals and whatever they need to ensure that they're healthy and so forth. I'm not an expert in that, so I don't know the language well, but the fact is, it is something that we need to spend some time on to ensure that this gives us the greatest chance for success. So we are looking at a comprehensive approach to all of this, and I am confident that with access to this financing, we can do more at Dexia. And I want to take the opportunity to recognize the staff at Dexia for their work over some of them have been there for a very long time. People like, of course, the general manager, Ms. Velasco, and the staff at the park houses in Portsmouth, in Roseau, and I want to especially recognize the contribution of Mr. Sergent, Cleve Shem Sergent, who's been working with us and now being a consultant, helping us to put together the plans like the plan we have for fisheries that we have recently submitted, the plan that we're working on for the abattoir, and of course, most importantly, helping on the marketing of our produce outside of Dominica. He went out earlier this year so that we can kickstart our efforts on the park house, on the depots that we're seeking to establish in Antigua, in St. Kitts, in St. Martin. And Barbados is becoming a very interesting place for us. The demand is there. We just need to work on the access, getting the vessels there, and ensuring that we have the reefer containers to sort of outfit some of the vessels that are already operating in those areas so that our produce can get to those markets fresh. Earlier this year, we had a challenge in Guadeloupe, and we're working with the authorities there to ensure that our hucksters will not have the kind of difficulties that they've been faced with. And we have met with the authorities informally, and we're hoping to have a formal engagement because there seems to be some of their own internal issues that we have to respect. But I am so far very, very pleased that the Huckster Association is working with us to ensure they meet all the requirements, not only of the French authorities, but to ensure that they meet our own requirements. And we're encouraging them to utilize the park houses. Some of them are reluctant. The farmers are reluctant. What we have done is to almost eliminate the cost of using the park houses, just to encourage them to use the park houses so that we can keep the standards. We have an option. We can trigger the Fresh Produce Act and force everybody to pass through the park houses. But we don't believe that we should, use the law to that extent yet. We want to encourage them. We want to bring them in. And what we've done is to reduce the cost of utilizing the park houses. We want hucksters to stick to the regulation size, the boxes, the weight. And one of the things that the Prime Minister, I know he has lamented, is the fact that we're not properly capturing what we are actually exporting. And one of the things that we have put in place, and I just went through a proposal today that was submitted by Dexia, by the consultant with Dexia, and we are working with ICT to ensure that we can have a real-time system for tracking the export of produce. We've started. We have assigned 2 members of staff on the ports to collect data. And what we're hoping is that they can input the data and have real-time data so we know what we are exporting at any time. And we can tell. The other part of it is the forecasting. So we're hoping that we can continue working with the Ministry of Agriculture to improve the forecasting. That is to say, to know what produce we have coming at what time. And therefore, we can have a better relationship, more reliable supply to the marketplace. So we are working on that. In the case of plantains, we are hoping that we have gotten an opportunity, an offer, but we need to work with the farmers, with the producers, to ensure that they can organize themselves. And I know that as part of this project, Minister of Agriculture, we talk about the alliances, and we need to get them together. And one of the areas, I think, is plantain and bananas. We try to get ginger and turmeric in Granby, but we're still working on that. We're hoping that we can have the National Banana and Plantain Alliance so that those producers can put themselves together as an organization, and we can work more effectively with them to ensure that they can go back, and they may even have to go back to the ribbon system, I was advised. Because if we want to provide to the US market and markets further afield, we would have to have a system to know what time the produce will be ripened, and therefore it does not damage in transition between here and the US market, unless, of course, we can do it by air, which I don't think is advisable at this time. So we are working with the Ministry of Agriculture to ensure that we can enhance and improve our export of Dominican produce. But as I said a few days ago, one of the key things we're working on is that labor. But in order for us to have that Nature Island label, we need to get our hucksters, our exporters to pass through the pack houses and to ensure that they can be certified. We also continue to work, that is to say the Bureau of Standards, with farmers. And I know my good friend across the aisle, he's certified, right? You have everything you need. If we come and do an audit, you're okay. You have your washrooms on site, you have access to water, and you have all of these things that they have a whole long list that they have to go through so that farmers can be certified. This is going to become more important as we build our Nature Island brand. Because people, of course, consumers outside of Dominica want to be satisfied that our produce, not only done in an environmentally responsible way, not only no forced labor, but they also want to ensure that they're healthy. And the traceability is something, of course, that if we were to really attack and approach those wholesalers or retailers like Whole Foods, they have an obligation of traceability. No, they want to know where that food was grown, where that produce came from, where that product and how it was prepared. So all of these things are things that we are encouraging farmers to do. We are encouraging agro-processors to do through the Bureau of Standards to meet the necessary standards. I have seen the work of the Bureau of Standards, and I want to thank especially the outgoing officer in charge, Mary Graham, who did an excellent job during her tenure there as staff and also temporarily heading the Bureau. I have seen the work that they've done, the quality of work, the ability that we have to test, especially for agro-processing, looking at the contents and helping with labeling and helping with some of the important aspects of agro-processing and ensuring the qualities are met. We even do water testing. If you want to check your SUS, bring your water, we can test it for you and tell you, how it is before you don't either you do something to yourself. But if you want to test your water, they're doing it at a small fee. I mean, there are a number of things that we do at the Bureau that people are not aware of, except those people who are really involved in the business that we do. So sometimes people don't know. And I have to say as well, Minister of Finance, and I see the FS sitting over there, we still subsidize the things that we do. And I think this is also something that we need to have a conversation on. How can the Bureau of Standards do more? But how can it be self-sustaining? And I think one way to do that is to ensure that while not making it too expensive for people to access our services, but at least a fee for service that reflects something closer to what we offer. And I think that may be in the best interest of everybody, all of us as consumers. Because in a country, as we develop, we would need to adhere to standards. We want to feel that whatever we consume is safe to consume, and therefore the Bureau of Standards have a very important job to do in that regard. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the resolution before this House, and I realize everybody is looking at me that they want to go and have their break. Everybody feel like they want to go and eat. I'll stop. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I support the resolution.
Yes, Honorable Prime Minister. Yeah.
I think, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to support the resolution. I think it is yet another tangible expression by the government of its absolute and firm commitment to agriculture and food security in our country. This is in addition to the several tens of millions that we've spent over the last few years in agriculture. And I believe that the various programs and projects we've had over the last years have no doubt infused a greater sense of confidence in farmers, existing farmers, but also we have seen a number of new people into farming, especially working people and professionals getting involved in farming and agro-processing and fisheries and the likes. I particularly welcome, Mr. Speaker, the focus also on utilization of technology in agriculture, because in a growing world where, you see, the more we get developed in Dominica, is the less you will find Dominicans doing the things that they did yesterday. So there are a number of services which Dominican citizens provided to various sectors. You will find that we're moving away from this. And therefore, this will create a labor problem, as we've seen in many countries, in developed countries, especially as they address issues of immigration and migration. And so we in Dominica are not immune to that natural phenomenon. And this is why we need to also address the issue of labor in agriculture. But we believe that one of the ways to do so is by the utilization of more technology. And so I'm happy that the Ministry of Agriculture is advancing the use of technology, the hydroponic systems, the smart greenhouses, to ensure that we can enhance food security, not only for ourselves, but if you look at the region, with many of the islands being dramatically affected by drought, as you saw during the summer time, the few months earlier this April, May, and so forth, and affecting food security. And some countries have moved in a dramatic way to the hospitality and services industry. And people have moved away from agriculture. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that we in Dominica, in the government, we're making every effort possible by mobilizing the resources, the financial resources, to invest in agriculture, because we absolutely believe that you cannot have a successful tourism industry without having a successful agricultural program. And, and I believe that we in Dominica, we are in an extremely fortunate circumstance where we can advance tourism and also ensuring that we anchor agriculture. We have the soil, we have the temperature, we have the rainfall, and we have the water, Mr. Speaker, and the government is providing the resources to make those things happen. We have to continue to invest in agriculture. We have no choice in it. We have to absolutely ensure that we have food security, that we can feed ourselves as far as practically possible. I welcome the new investments in the abattoir, because we have to ensure that we have better quality meat supplying our citizens, because these imported foods are creating health problems for us. And the better we have control over what we put in this, what we feed these animals with, and the processing, and of course agricultural produce, we will have better and healthier people in our country, because the well-being of our people is crucial. And it appears, in speaking to the oncologist, Mr. Speaker, she has said to me that a lot of our cancers, especially cancer of the stomach, related to some of our food. And therefore we have to be mindful of this. And so this $21+ million, Mr. Speaker, is not money that we're going to look for. It's money that's already available. We're spending, and as the Minister of Agriculture has indicated, we have to fast track the spending, because we have 10 months to spend this. 10 months, $21 million to spend, and this is just a part of the agricultural component. There are other aspects of our investments captured in the budget estimates. So this is a component. And for this to come on the heels of the passage of the budget tells us that we're on the right track, we're serious about it. But we're not only giving you money to plant and to have boats and engines, but we also, as rightly indicated by both the Minister for Trade and the Minister of Agriculture, that we are putting monies in place to procure some of those things, so that we assist farmers with every step of the way. So it is left to us to plant. I can say that the Ministry of Agriculture, for example, offered me some of the banana plantlets. I planted about 100 plantlets, planted, and they're doing very well. I think the growth is beyond what is expected at this time, and so all part of now the food security thing. And so what we are left with, Mr. Speaker, for these things to be successful, we have to consume, and we cannot look to sell overseas when we're not consuming sufficiently normally. And therefore we have to increase our consumption of what is produced in Dominica, both the fresh produce and the processed items in Dominica. We have a lot of things that we can consume in Dominica. And so we need to consume. For farmers to be successful, we have to consume. We cannot export and we're not consuming. We're exporting the excess, not the primary amounts. And therefore, it's important for us to consume. And at the school feeding program, at our hospitals, at our prisons, at our homes, the reality is the supermarkets will sell what people buy. And if we go and we demand local produce, the supermarkets will stock them. And I must say that they're not stocking them, but they'll stock even higher volumes because there's a higher turnover of the items and so on. So this is I am super excited by this by this intervention by these considerations here, and certainly, Mr. Speaker, these are monies that are going to go into the farms of farmers, into the fishermen's investments, giving them boats and other motors in some cases, bigger boats, more powerful motors, so that they can go out there and pilot trade. My advice to the farmers and especially fishermen: you have to run your investment like a business. You need to save. You need to save so that this boat can buy you another boat. And this investment will cause you to expand in agriculture. And so when you're given a greenhouse of 60 feet by 120 feet, this is a huge investment with all of the various accessories. And, in speaking to persons who know about greenhouses and the kind of return you can make on greenhouses, there's some people who said to me that you can make per greenhouse, if properly managed, a profit of about $55,000 annually. Profit. And you can grow everything in a greenhouse or a shade house, depending on what you have, Mr. Speaker. And so we have to make use of the investment. We do not want to see that you get a greenhouse. We don't want to see that you get a hydroponic system. You plant some lettuce for some time, and then the second crop you can't sustain it and so on. We have to ensure that those investments can roll over and turn over and bring in more resources into this thing. So I am super excited by this. I want to thank the Minister of Agriculture for his focus and leadership on this. And I want to say to him and to the unit that I certainly will be looking for a report every week, every Friday afternoon, for me to read on the weekend on where we are with implementing this 10-month program. This 10-month program that we should not in any instance allow 1 cent to go back to the World Bank Group. That every single cent must stay in Dominica and spent in the agriculture and fisheries industry sector in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. And so we will push, we will enhance efficiency, we'll enhance the procurement. Obviously, there will always be challenges because there are procurement issues and limitations, but we will do everything possible in government to ensure that these $21,600,000 are spent on the farms, on the seas in Dominica, and to provide DEXA with the added support to increase the export of agricultural produce. And I want to thank the Minister for Trade and DEXA for their focus on this. DEXA has money to buy produce. Farmers need to go and bring this stuff and package and send out. So the markets are there. We need more supply. We need consistent supply. We need reliable supply. You cannot come and sell 100 pounds of dashing, and next week you can't sell. We have to plant and we have to stage it. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, from my little experience as a subsistence farmer, there is money to be made in agriculture. You have to be diversified. You have to make better use of land space and so forth. And on 1 acre, you can make a lot of money on 1 acre of land. A lot of money. And I see it, I know it, I experience it, Mr. Speaker. If I am to go to agriculture full time, I can tell you I can make a lot of money in agriculture by being diversified and focused on it. There's money to be made, and so let us make the money in agriculture. The government is backing us, and so a lot of positives happening. When I listen to the Minister of Agriculture, these are things that need to be repeated. And we need to keep the country updated on where we are with implementing those various interventions that he has spoken about. This is comprehensive. This is, I mean, I started, Mr. Speaker, and this is a budget address on agriculture. This is a budget address on agriculture from the Minister of Agriculture. And that is outside of the hour and a half it took, or the 45 minutes it took, in presenting agricultural response and contribution to the budget. And in last part with his contribution, when I heard most of his contribution, those points were not, so it's a new budget there. I mean, it's a new budget debate we're having now. And so we need to have more positive minds in the country. Let us talk about what's happening, the positive happening. And all of us, yes, we'll have criticism and so on, but we can only get people to appreciate the investment we're making, for them to take advantage of it, if we speak from a positive standpoint, a constructive standpoint. Yes, we could do a little more here and there, so let's say that. But we cannot throw cold water over those interventions. These are important, they are sensible, they're targeted, they're focused, and they're part of our broader strategy. A broader strategy of food security, the well-being of our society, and ensuring that as far as practically possible, Dominica can always grow food. There is one thing, Mr. Speaker, we always have to ensure the government, that we must always ensure that we can have bananas in Dominica. And I am happy that we're paying attention to bananas and plantains, but more so bananas for me, Mr. Speaker. This is what we have known. This is what has given us the cornerstone in our country. And we have an obligation to ensure that we continue having bananas in Dominica. It's an important staple, it's an important fruit, and there's a demand for it regionally, there's a demand for it locally, and we try to encourage people to plant bananas. And so I'm happy that we're focusing on bananas. And there's so many farmers who are showing renewed confidence and interest in bananas. We had a glut in the market, for example, on plantains. Dexter stepped in. Dexter stepped in and purchased it. And so this is the kind of things we are doing, practical, sensible things, responsive things we're doing with agriculture and the procurement of agricultural produce concern and so on. So farmers have had some really good times with this Labour Party government over the years, but I have never seen a better time for farmers than in this period, Mr. Speaker. And the truth is, I say so devoid of any political consideration. Devoid of any political consideration. It is a practical fact. And we can say there has been absolutely no discrimination. Absolutely no discrimination. And not for communities, not for villages, not for constituencies, not for those who support or don't support the government. There is no farmer, there is no fisherman who can say that he was discriminated against because of his political affiliation or where he resides or where he comes from. People have benefited. And I think this is one of the reasons why the member of Salisbury indicated that things are happening in Salisbury. And I think from that standpoint, there are a lot of positive things that we've done here in Salisbury, a lot of interventions. You know what I'm saying? I mean, people are happy with this. Likewise, Marigold, I see my brother smiling, even he too, Mr. Speaker. He's a major beneficiary of the program. And I'm not saying so to highlight him publicly. I'm just stating the fact that if you're serious, irrespective of who you are, and you put yourself forward, we'll embrace you to grow forward. And this is why I said to Mr. Agriculture, let us put the resources into the hands of serious farmers. Irrespective of who the farmer is, let us put in it and let's grow food and make money for themselves, bring in foreign investments, foreign exchange to the country, and grow the economy. And yes, we have set ourselves an extraordinarily ambitious target of 700 million to the GDP. But if you don't think big, what are you going to achieve? If you think small, you will not achieve anything. If you think big, you'll achieve something. And so when you're in school, you don't go trying to get a C. You try to get an A. You see what I'm saying? I mean, if at the end of the day you end up with a B, say, thank God you got a B, you could have done better, and you try on the next exam. But we have to think big. And can we achieve this? We may not achieve it within by 2030. That's okay, because there are all the challenges, the environmental challenges, the climate change impacts, and so forth. But we have to think big. And I think I have set this target to let the country know that we are serious about agriculture on all fronts. And we are serious about fisheries on all fronts. And it is left to us to make a contribution. And I think if we can reduce on our food import bill and increase on our food export bill, this can help in achieving the 700 million. And I think I'm happy that the Minister of Trade mentioned that they're working on the statistics, because our statistics is falling short in terms of what the real contribution to the GDP by agriculture. I believe it is woefully underreported. Woefully underreported. It doesn't take into consideration the agro-process part of agriculture. What we turn into chocolate, what we turn into cocoa sticks and cocoa powder, the honey. I'm a farmer, Mr. Speaker. I farm cumulatively on about 3.5 to 4 acres, but I've seen nobody who come to me to take any statistics. I do sell. So nobody has come to me, what do you sell in Scared? What do you sell? And I don't plan to sell because I am not in the business of competing. I plan because I love agriculture for my time, and I want to encourage people to get involved in agriculture. That's why I planned. But because, I have not only a green thumb, but green hands, when I plant stuff, Mr. Speaker, they grow nicely and they produce bountifully. For example, I'm never short of limes. Year round I have limes. Interestingly, year round I have limes. You understand? Whether it's in Mount Daniel or in Vegas, year round. Grapefruits, year round. Oranges, year round. You understand? I have these fruits and so forth, which is an extraordinary thing, because it's normally seasonal. So we can make money in agriculture and so on. And so I can speak there for all night on agriculture because I believe that we have to focus on agriculture. The farmers have to continue to be positive. We have to provide the services to them and encouragement to them. But I think at no time in the history of our country that farmers, agro-processors, fishermen, fisherfolk have been given that kind of support and investments in agriculture, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we had back in the days cess and all these things for bananas, but that kind of confidence booster, it is left to us now to grab it, hold it tightly, grow the plants, grow the food, sell, save, and reinvest, and really bring the kind of prosperity to our people. So I am very excited by these considerations. And as I said, this is just part of a number of others. Number of other things are happening in agriculture and fisheries. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm in absolute support of this. We give the farmers and the fishermen, the fisherfolk, the commitment that we'll continue to work with them to ensure the prosperity of their farms and the investments, and to ensure that they can continue to feed their families, they can build their homes, they can buy their vehicles. And that's only the point, for example. That's my final point, and the extent to which we subsidize agriculture. Every agricultural input comes in duty-free. And then when you buy a vehicle, we save you about $40,000 on these vehicles that you buy. There's some double cab or single cab. 25,000 you save. You see what I'm saying? So you only pay VAT on it, right? Yeah. Only pay VAT, 15%. You exempt it from the 28% excise tax, and you exempt from the import duty. Okay? That's significant. Okay? But this is money that originally should have come into the treasury, but we're giving it to the farmers instead. And so all in an effort towards boosting the investment. So whatever they make, and farmers don't pay income tax. You can make $1 million in agriculture, you don't pay income tax. You don't even have to file to income tax because income tax is not interested in you because the law exempts you from paying income tax on your agricultural revenues and so forth. So where's the best place to be in terms of investment? Agriculture, your farm, on the boat. And don't mind you, Mr. Speaker, this fisherman making money. A guy told me, I came in one day. And when I count my money, I make $45,000 a day. $45,000 worth of fish the guy sold a day. $45,000. That's one day. Now, obviously, sometimes you catch nothing. But anybody who make 40,000 in one day, you're a big man. You're a big poacher. You know what I'm saying? So fishermen must not look at themselves as little fishermen. These are big fellas out there. Big fellas, it's difficult work. But they have an opportunity there, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, from the three previous contributions, Mr. Agriculture, Trade, and the Honorable Prime Minister, I think all the relevant points have been clarified and recognize that the additional credit facility from the International Development Association is an excellent one and a very timely one, addressing obviously the food insecurity, well, obviously the financial benefits to the country as well in terms of productivity that we're increasing through the agricultural sector. And because, as you know, CARICOM wanted to decrease our food import bill 25% by 2025. The majority of this 53% is actually meat, cereals, fruits, and vegetables. And I think with this credit facility, it addresses these major issues. So with this, you would, Mr. Speaker, I think this is just an excellent move in the right direction of achieving our 700 million by 2030. Thank you.
This concludes the debate on the motion. I will now put the question. Be it resolved that in accordance with Section 3.1 of the Loans Act, Chapter 6405 of the 2017 revised laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica, this Honorable House authorizes the Minister for Finance to borrow by means of credit an additional sum not exceeding 6,100,000 special drawing rights, equivalent to 8 million United States dollars, or 21,600,000 Eastern Caribbean dollars, on the following term: interest, 0.75% per annum; commitment charge, 0.5% per annum; repayment, 60 semi-annual installments commencing August 15, 2034; grace period, 10 years. Those in favor? Those against? The motion has been approved.
Speaker, whereas Section 21 of the Value Added Tax Act, Chapter 6808 of the 2017 revised laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica provides that the supply of goods or services specified in Schedule 3 are exempt imports. And whereas Section 105.1 of the Act authorizes the Minister to amend the schedule of the Act to by order published in the Gazette. And whereas Section 105.2 of the Act provides that an order made under subsection 1 shall be subject to affirmation resolution of Parliament. And whereas on the first day of May 2024, the Minister made the Value Added Tax Schedule Amendment Order 2024. And whereas it is desirable that the Value Added Tax Schedule Amendment Order 2024 be affirmed, be it therefore resolved as follows. This order may be cited as the Value Added Tax Order 2024 and the Value Added Tax Order 2024, which was laid on the table of the House in July 2024, is affirmed.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this resolution seeks the affirmation of the Parliament for an order made to amend Schedule 3 of the Value Added Tax Act to exempt the import of aircrafts, aircraft spare parts, as well as tools and equipment to be used solely in the servicing and maintenance of the aircrafts. Mr. Speaker, limited air access remains one of the most significant inhibitors to Dominica's economic and social development, including Dominica's ability to optimize its potential in tourism, agriculture, manufacturing, and services. To address this challenge, the government of Dominica has embarked on the development of an international airport at Wesley, and at the same time has been making concerted efforts to increase the availability of flights into and out of Dominica. These efforts have resulted in flights from airlines such as American Airlines, Silver, Inter-Caribbean Airways, Caribbean Airlines, and more recently, Sunrise Airways. Negotiations are also ongoing with other airlines to increase airlift from major source markets. Additionally, the government has been actively pursuing airline companies to establish the operations, that means establish their base here in Dominica, particularly as we prepare for the opening of our international airport. For airlines to establish the operations here in Dominica, they will need, among other things, to import aircraft, spare parts, and equipment into Dominica. In order to make Dominica a more attractive location for airlines to establish their base, government proposes to remove the import duty and value-added tax on the import of aircraft, aircraft spare parts, as well as tools and equipment to be used solely in the servicing and maintenance of the aircraft. This exemption will only be provided to importers who hold a valid air transport license or permit for scheduled or unscheduled journeys, flights in accordance with the Civil Aviation Act, Chapter 4710 of the 2017 revised laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica and the Civil Aviation Regulations. Mr. Speaker, granting of this exemption requires an amendment to Schedule 3 of the Value Added Tax, Chapter 6708 of the 2017 revised laws. Based on Section 105 of this Act, amendments to the schedules can only be made by order subject to the affirmative resolution of Parliament, hence the reason for this resolution. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of commercial airline services with a Dominica Air Operator's Certificate offers travelers improved air access to the island with direct flights to and from destinations which were previously underserviced or not serviced at all, potentially opening new source markets for the destination. This will assist Dominica in achieving its goal of attracting 500,000 stayover visitors annually by 2030, as well as increase airlift for our exports. These commercial airlines will also create direct employment opportunities for nationals in various technical and non-technical roles, such as pilots, flight attendants, and operational staff. Indirect employment opportunities will also be available through other service providers, such as ground handling, ticketing and customer service agents, and fleet service personnel. Furthermore, opportunities for aviation skills training will enhance the quality of the workforce and service offerings on the island. The rippling positive spillover effects of these activities on other businesses and the economy should also be noted. Registering an aircraft in Dominica provides international recognition, compliance with safety standards, and regulatory advantages. The International Civil Aviation Organization sets standards for aircraft registration, and countries adhering to these standards offer benefits such as internationally accepted registration marks. This will enhance the island's international branding as well as augur well for building confidence in the destination. Mr. Speaker, these are just a few examples of the benefits of having airlines establish their operations in Dominica. Mr. Speaker, I commend the resolution to the Honorable House for approval.
The motion is before the House for debate.
So, just very briefly, I believe this is a very positive step in bringing this resolution to the House and seeking the House approval on the exemption of airlines who are desirous of establishing themselves in Dominica, the importation of aircrafts, and also the associated parts. And I want to, I'm sure the Minister for Tourism will speak to that, but I wanted to especially recognize Sunrise Airline that has indicated its intention and interest in having Dominica as its headquarters and, and establishing itself here. And they have sought this particular facilitation, and we are more than willing to facilitate it. I can say to the House, Mr. Speaker, we are also speaking to, notwithstanding the fact that we do not yet have an international airport, that we are also speaking to another entity that is prepared to establish itself and introduce the airline here, and of course we'll hear more of that as time goes by. And so this is a very, very positive step. This is going to facilitate more investments. If Sunrise was set up there, they have their maintenance there, then they bring in, we have to get more staff and employment. You know, we're going to get places for them to rent and stay. So one can appreciate the associated and attendant multiplier impact that this very simple measure that has been put before the Parliament and the far positive implications. And so, really, Mr. Speaker, as I said, my budget contribution, the sky is the limit. And this is why I believe absolutely this country needs to wrap the international airport with the national flag. Because that is what's going to help agriculture, that is what's going to help tourism, that's what's going to help agri-processors and fishermen and everybody in this country, no matter where you are in Dominica. If we're able to successfully complete this airport, this is going to mean huge positive benefits to us and create the kind of investments locally and foreign investment that we really are yearning for. It will not come with what we currently have. We have to have the bigger things, and so the government there with this measure is laying the foundation in anticipation of, though we have an opportunity to have one company registered thus far. And I want to publicly thank the owners and the directors and the chairman of Sunrise. These are decent gentlemen, very sincere. They have engaged us in a very, very positive engagement. They have proven themselves to be sincere and positive. And I want to say to them that we shall embrace you as our own. Dominica will be a home. We'll facilitate you. We'll facilitate you to the fullest extent. And so we are not only saying that to you from the government standpoint, but here in the Parliament, in the country, we're saying it to you. And by us bringing this measure to Parliament is a testimony of our seriousness. I want to recognize also publicly the efforts of the Minister for Tourism in all of this. And to thank her for her contribution to us being here today. She has really pushed this, she's really advised us on this, and all of the folks in the Ministry of Tourism and the PS and Mr. Piper and Mr. Binwo Badwill, you know, very constructive in engagement in ensuring that we worked very closely with Sunrise to be here, and they're here, and there are a number of other things that we're speaking to them with. And I think that if we can harness that relationship, it's going to be huge things for Dominica, because they're not only looking at regional travel, but they're looking at even North American connections in the future. And so if we can get this thing successful, one can appreciate it. And again, I don't want to belabor the point, but it's important that we belabor the point where this international project, international airport is concerned, Mr. Speaker. Just see what night landing has cost to us, the positive impact. Just imagine if we open our frontier further afield, what is going to mean for us in Dominica. And so I want us to prepare ourselves, especially young professionals, especially the business community. Do not say I did not tell you. Do not say I did not tell you. You're only going to be successful by planning and planning properly and focusing on some things and getting them done now. You do not want to wait. Do not be, this is why you have prayed the last thing you know, Mr. Speaker. There are people who do not want to plant. And then when the huckster comes to them for dashing take 8 months. And because they did not plant, they have to go and steal to sell it to the huckster. But if we can't say if I had known. If I had known is not a successor, not a success story. So we know, and then we have to take a step forward and invest. Come to the government with a project, an idea, tell us what specific concessions you require. Here it is. Sunrise came to us. The law did not allow us to, as a cabinet, to grant the concessions. What did we do? We come to Parliament to seek parliamentary approval. So we can come here and facilitate any investor, local or foreign. Once it's something they're going to create jobs, they're going to bring wealth to Dominica, revenue to Dominica, we will pass the laws. So even if the law is not there, we will pass the law. We will amend the law to facilitate investment because that's what this government is about. Is ensuring that we invest heavily in the productive areas, the areas that can bring the highest number of jobs in the shortest period of time and thereby bring you more revenue. So the government will be in a better position to provide for the citizens and residents of our country. And so this is very good news, very good news, very good news, Mr. Speaker. And I'm so happy that we've brought it. It took us a little time, but it was rather late than never. And we're there, but the Sunrise always knew, because I did in fact write to them indicating that we shall provide them with a concession, but we have to go to Parliament. And they always knew that, and I'm happy that we're here in Parliament. I want to thank the Minister for Finance. I want to thank the FS because when the FS told me that the law doesn't provide, I said, well, let's change the law. Let's change the law. The law doesn't provide, let's change the law. It's simple. You know what I'm saying? So we're here, of course, the Aegis office for preparing the amendment to this. But we'll change the law. We'll bring new laws. And there are some things I want to speak about, but I don't want to distract us tonight, that we have to talk about in the country in terms of creating jobs and having additional attractions for visitors, because we have to do things at night to excite people and so forth. So there are a number of things. Not quite what Charles was suggesting. Not quite what Charles was suggesting. You know, but I understand his thinking. I understand his thinking. You know what I'm saying? And it's a constructive thought to have. Maybe he did not use the language properly, you know. I think the explanation of it. But I think the intention is a good one. And so, but the explanation was not correct. But we can always fix the explanation as we try to achieve the intention. But there are a number of things, Mr. Speaker, and I think this is good news. And so, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my full support to this resolution. The Prime Minister has really said it all. But I just want to say this is a very progressive move by this government. So I want to thank the Minister of Finance and his team for bringing this resolution to the House. And it's very forward-thinking, not only for now, Mr. Speaker, as we plan to establish Sunrise Dominica. As you know, Sunrise Airways started the inaugural service from Dominica going to Antigua, St. Lucia, and St. Kitts on May 27th this year. But the vision is to have Sunrise Airways Dominica, our first airline in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this is part of our vision to have non-stop service from many islands to Dominica and many major source markets, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we anticipate as we prepare and our international airport will be completed in 2027, there'll be more airlines who will be interested in establishing air service in Dominica. There are many airlines who are planning tours to go and visit the airport site and have already started discussions with us of their interest in Dominica. So this planning for the airport is a very it's comprehensive, Mr. Speaker. We're not just building a structure. We have already started conversation with many airlines where we are updating and giving progress reports on what we are doing at the International Airport project. So as PM said, there's going to be many jobs in the aviation industry. I cannot emphasize that. But what we have to do as a government is promote and advertise more. So we're telling our schools, our people at the college, what jobs we want them to enter in, what careers we want them to pursue, because we want Dominicans to hold all the key positions at the international airport. And with the establishment of Sunrise Airways air service, it is not going to help in increasing visitors to Dominica, but it will also facilitate trade, Mr. Speaker, cargo. You know, Mr. Speaker, when we used to have from St. Thomas, CK, what I can't remember their name, and Coastal Air. People used to bring their loads at Kenfield Airport to ship to St. Thomas, Mr. Speaker. Antigua is a prime market for Dominica, and we already have I think four or five flights daily. I don't know if people are aware of that, from Dominica to Antigua on Sunrise Airways. And with the establishment of Sunrise Airways Dominica, we hope to have cargo service, Mr. Speaker. And we have space at Douglas Charles to already start that process, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, great things are in store for Dominica, and we are preparing for the International Airport project, for the International Airport on its completion. What we need now is for the people of Dominica to start getting ready. Start building your capacity. And as I said, very soon we'll be advertising for jobs that we will need and the careers that we need people to pursue in Dominica to take advantage of the new opportunities and the new jobs that the international airport will bring. But we are very happy that this resolution has been brought to the House, and I know Mr. Philip Bayard of Sunrise Airways is smiling now because he has been waiting for it, Mr. Speaker. He loves Dominica so much. And many of our investors who come to many investors who come to Dominica simply fall in love with Dominica and want to operate from Dominica. But we don't have all the amenities now for them to function. But once the international airport is complete, there'll be no island in the region that can give Dominica competition. We'll continue to remain the best island in the Caribbean for years and years and years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I think this amendment to the value-added tax is definitely a move in the right direction, not merely from the prestige that it gives us to have an airline airways registered here, but the benefits regarding our tourism industry and getting our numbers up, as well as the economics of it, and just the whole convenience of inter-island travel. So with this, I think it's an excellent move in the right direction, this amendment to the value-added tax. Thank you.
This concludes the debate on the motion. I will now put the question. Be it resolved as follows. This order may be cited as Value-Added Tax Schedule Amendment Order 2024. And the Value-Added Tax Schedule Amendment Order 2024, which was laid on the table of the House on the first day of August 2024, is affirmed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The resolution is passed.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to move for the appointments of the various committees. Would you allow me to just call out the committees and we approve, or you do one by one? Just do all?
Yes, we can just do all.
Oh, okay. Mr. Speaker, in respect to the Parliamentary Proceedings Broadcasting Committee, the following people are suggested to be appointed to that committee. Honorable Finella Wenham Shepherd,
Yep.
Honorable Dr. Cassandra Williams, and Honorable Wipunin Shalikere, Wipunin Shalikia, Honorable Shalikia, Vidal. In respect to the members of the Privileges Committee, Honorable Kia Joseph, Honorable Darren Lloyd, Honorable Anthony Samora Charles. You got a middle name, my boy. Samora Charles, and Senator the Honorable Laurie Victor. In respect to the Standing Orders Committee, Honorable Darren Pinard, Honorable Julian Defoe, Honorable Jesmer Paul Victor, and Honorable Shalika Vidal. That's correct? Yeah. That's fine? Okay. And I believe the, so these are the two committees, right? Huh?
Yeah, we're missing the public accounts.
The public accounts, well, we can, well, you do not, the law requires, I believe, AG, for the leader of the opposition shall be the chairman. Can we?
No, in his standing, it's a practice.
The
But in his
practice?
standing order, it says that
Okay.
there shall be a public accounts committee made up of, let's say, the members approved by the House. But the practice is two members on the government side, two members on the opposition side, and in the absence of an opposition leader, which is the practice, then I would say the committee would have to make the decision at the committee first meeting.
Yeah, okay. So we keep the same members, correct? Okay. So,
Yes, yes, yeah, obviously, yes.
yeah. So we have Honorable Jesper Paul Victor. Tony?
Yeah, you have to agree.
Yeah, okay. Senator Honorable Philip Roll, Senator Honorable Austin Lockhart, and Senator Honorable Delbert Paris. I wish to propose, Mr. Speaker, to enhance accountability and transparency that we have Honorable Jesper Paul Victor as a chairperson of that committee. Okay. I believe these are the committees, Mr. Clerk. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I therefore move for the appointment of the committees so mentioned and the members.
Yes, it has been moved. Yes, yeah. It has been moved and seconded that a number of different members have been appointed to the Public Accounts Committee, the Proceedings Committee, the Privileges Committee, and the Standing Orders Committee. Yeah. Yeah. 72, yeah. Yeah, 4 members, yes. That's what I said. Yeah, and the Honorable Prime Minister proposed 4 members. Yeah, yeah, so it's correct. Honorable Jesma Paul, Chairperson, Honorable Philip Rule, Honorable Ostel Lockhart, and Honorable Senator Delbert Paris. Yes. Yes. Yeah. So we can proceed now? Okay, so it has been moved and seconded that several members of the House being appointed to the Public Accounts Committee, the Proceedings Committee, the Privileges Committee, and the Standing Orders Committee, as per the names mentioned or proposed by the Honorable Prime Minister and approved by the House. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. So the select committees are so established as per recommendations and proposal by the Prime Minister and approved by the House.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it left me to thank you, to thank the clerk, the stenographers, and of course the police officers, the sergeant at arms, the GIS, and all of the technicians, Mr. Labad, and faithful servant, all the staff of the office of the Speaker and the Parliament for your kind service during this debate, as always. And we appreciate very much. Without you, we will not be able to function, and so we're very grateful. And on behalf of all of the members, we express our profound thanks to yourself, Honorable Speaker, to Mr. James, the very efficient, Mr. James gives you so many, so much notes that I think he's spoiling us in his detailed notes in assisting us for this for all of the meetings and the sessions we're having. So we're very grateful for this, and of course to the various radio stations that will be carrying the proceedings live, so that Dominicans and Dominicans overseas can certainly hear and to listen to the debate and the discussion in the House. I thought that the discussions were very healthy and very constructive from both sides, and I think that is a mature way that we to engage ourselves. Obviously, there was some fact-checking that had to be conducted, that had to be done. But otherwise, I think, Mr. Speaker, it is very constructive engagement, and that's what it is. That's what it should be. We're not at war with each other. It's about having a different view, a different perspective, and we discuss and we debate, and we get some points from you, great. We don't get some points from you, it's okay, and so forth. But the only thing I would like to say for the opposition is that say the good things that are in the budget. Say that. Say those things. Highlight those things. As well in the process. But I guess in time that will come. So it is left to me, Mr. Speaker, with the last responsibility of adjourning Parliament sine die. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be adjourned sine die. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House is adjourned sine die.